So I saw my first fuck it, we'll do it live wedding procession.
Pardon?
I witnessed my first fuck it, we'll do it live quarantine Elmo. Hey.
Hold on a second. Elmo.
Brain says
Thanks,
words.
Wooly. I'm glad that you love my wonderful Elmo cat so
Brain
much
says
that
words.
he enters into your brain.
I saw a wedding procession, quarantine style, except not really, because they just didn't give a fuck, and everybody was a big group marching down the street, doing their thing, and making sure to yell "woo" loud enough that the particles would be shared amongst them. And I was like, there it is.
Share all the particles. What the fuck are you talking about?
There's not much else to describe. There was
when you say we'll do it live, the first thing that I thought of was that you were witnessing a situation where people just decided to get married on the spot.
No, more like I'm okay. What I'm trying to describe is there were people that decided we're gonna just have our big wedding thing, even though these gatherings are not supposed to happen right now.
And so they're the reason why we slid from yellow to orange on the fucking...
Yes. Do you understand what I'm saying right now? Yes.
Hey, Paige, Wooly got to see the actual moment that Montreal went to the shitter in terms of COVID.
What happened?
Big ass wedding, just going down the street yelling "woo" all over each other.
You fucking serious?
Yeah.
Shit's rad, bro.
Instead of throwing rice, they're throwing particles.
That's what there you go. Exactly. Yep. Same. So, and
hey, in the future, we will, instead of throwing rice or anything for the pigeons, you will just go over and cough. Everyone in the procession will just cough on the bride and groom.
This is how you show your love. This is how you show your love.
To your health.
So, yeah, and it was just one of those things where you get to just watch it go down, and you're like, okay, so here is like just a parade of zero fucks given, you know?
Yeah. So the thing that it's tragic and it's ironic and it's all sorts of things, but every single time one of these events of people go, fuck it, I don't give it, somebody in that group dies.
100% of the time.
100%
of the time. Yep. And then you get to feel great about your celebration being the end of someone else. So that's always a fun thing to hold on your conscience for the rest of your life.
Well, it depends. Because there's two types of people.
Yeah, sure.
There's the type of person goes, oh no! Like there's a lawyer down south in the States that like he was like, COVID's a hoax party. And then he killed everyone's grandparents like directly. And he wrote this big article about how bad he felt. And then there's other people who are like, well, I'm gonna live my life, man. I'm not gonna be held hostage.
And to be fair, if we have one data point on the chart to use to judge the quality and character, it's the data point that says we threw the wedding anyway.
Yeah.
So that's one point to judge them on based on whether or not they'll end up giving a fuck about the consequences.
So it's kind of funny because I remember this popping off and like reading about it and like a haha meme back in like October, November, before COVID even existed, right? And it was I think it's like a 4chan green text, and it is the shopping cart the shopping cart rule of morality.
Yes, and we talked about this.
You can tell everything about somebody based on whether or not they put the shopping cart back. And that got replaced by mask wearing.
Essentially,
and it's become so weird because people are getting COVID all over, but the first question in your head is, "How'd you get it?" And the answer is usually, "I got it from work." Right?
But
sometimes the answer's like, "Yeah, I just decided to go down to the bar."
The mask doesn't seem like a shopping cart because like people don't realize that the mask is about other people and it's not about yourself.
Mhm.
Right? It's not
Yeah.
it's not because it seems like the mask is you put it on your face to protect you, but that's not exactly what's happening, and it's not an
Protects you a
obvious thing.
little.
Yeah. It's definitely your shopping cart mentality. And it's interesting. But they and then all I could think about too was and I didn't this one I'm not sourced on, but Reggie was kind of telling me that he was reading about how some languages are more COVID susceptible than others, and English is high up there because we have a lot of plosives.
Yeah, that's why we gotta have these pop guards.
Yeah, English
So,
is bad for the spread.
Here's my thought. All right, if, and this is just a thought, all right, if you want to have your big no mask wedding with big group, right, you should be forced at the end of the wedding to also stand in a field while somebody with a blindfold empties one full clip of handgun ammunition into random directions.
That's possible. You never know where it'll
because
end
it
up.
is basically the same thing.
If I had to take a guess at what that list would look like, of languages with the worst carrying rates for viral load.
Oh no, Russia and Germany.
Russia, Germany, Arabic, probably really bad and really high up on that list. But at the top of the list, absolutely would have to be Kikongo.
That's correct.
That's
obviously Kikongo.
That's Kikongo has to be at the top of the list.
So was it Kikongo for everybody?
Everybody.
Okay, that's okay.
Because if it wasn't, and it was a bunch of real languages, then everyone would walk out of there going, "What are you trying to say about X language, man?" And it was like, no.
I'm trying to say that the supervillains of the world hate it, and it needs to be protected.
You can't pick a random language and then not let people know that was randomly chosen. Otherwise, they'll think like the language they got was a deliberate statement. But yeah,
I'm about done with this shit.
Kikongo is a pick that I think, I'm not sure if anybody that speaks Kikongo decided to got upset about it or not, but I don't imagine.
I'm about done with this COVID shit. Can we just stop?
Well, the problem is that a lot of people are saying that, but the difference is you're saying that and just sighing mentally while they're saying that and then kicking the door open. So there's two actions that follow. I'm done with this shit. You know? But yeah.
I think my favorite reaction I have seen is guy on the street yelling at people who are wearing masks to stop wearing them.
Oh yeah, there's that.
Which is like the wildest invert I could imagine.
I mean, I saw a lady hop up on a counter at whatever, like a KFC, pull a knife out and just say, "I'm really hungry, give me food." And they're like, "We can't serve you without a mask." And she's like, "I'll fucking cut you, give me food, I'm hungry. Give me a 2-piece." And it's like, what?
Wait, you saw? Oh.
So, you know, hey. Yeah.
Just about done with this shit.
Well, anyway.
Going down to the dog park recently, quite often. Paige is going more often, but I go down about 2-3 times a week with the boy. And it's really weird to be around groups of people. It is a very bizarre situation. Like, everybody has their big, long leashes and is just staying the fuck away from all the other dog owners. Well, the dogs are off the leash anyway, right? But it's like everyone's talking from far away, and most people are wearing their masks, and you're outside in this big open space, and it's just like group agoraphobia.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's fucking weird.
There's I mean, like the few times I've had to run outside and see what's going on and stuff. There's been different. There's different levels of, like, some people are like mask up all the time outside. Some people are like, only when the crowd is around and whatnot. But yeah, you always definitely spot the very large gathering that is like, you are not all from the same household, right?
Oh man, we saw
That's,
a group of 20-somethings just carousing down the street and pile into a house about 100 feet from our door with a not a keg, but like a bunch of beers. And I'm just like, man, I hate all of you. All of you are at fault.
yeah.
Very
Well,
bitter.
in any case, we've had a very, very busy news week. So
Yeah, it's crazy.
let's get on to the weeks and then start covering this shit, because there's a lot to talk about.
Okay, hey Wolves, what did you do with your week?
Well, I'm gonna say that off the top, I popped in Star Renegades,
Oh yeah?
and I played the first what I'll call, I guess, slice. You know how games have
The
a
first
very
planet.
deliberate, like, first arc to them now.
Yep.
Like, there's an intro, there's always a prologue, and then there's a prologue, and then there's a first couple, whether it's like mission or hour or whatever, the first thing that leads to a boss fight, and then you go, that is your intro to the game,
Yep.
right? So it's almost like your perfect one-off length if you're gonna do that.
Yep.
So we did that, and boy, that just ticks a lot of boxes and scratches a lot of itches that I have for many, many things. Star Renegades, as discussed last episode, is the RPG roguelike. What rules immediately is the art style. Very nice pixel.
Oh boy, does it rules.
Really, really clean, nice pixel art style. But like with, I guess, 3D applied to it. So the sprites are being lit by explosions and particle effects and things like that.
Looks like a high-end Octopath.
Very, very nice. Yeah, things like that. I'm reminded of like how KOF handled its lighting and such as well. You get the actual battle system, which is fairly in-depth and complex, to me at least, RPG, where you have your timeline, you have your set turns, and then you have a lot of your actions, and then you have energy shields, you've got armor, you've got HP, you've got a lot of debuffs and stats and things that can affect your damage output / your damage intake.
But who cares about that shit? It's about pushing the turn.
And then you've got the push turn. Exactly, right? You've got the moves that might do less damage, but they slow you down, or they slow the enemy down. You stagger the opponents. You can delay people by stunning them, but the main system seems to be one where the turn order, like, instead of just showing you a bunch of portraits of who's going to move when, it actually shows you a timer of 60 seconds. And then
who's going to move when in what order
in that minute, and it divides it into these little, like, 10-second chunks, and you can see exactly on the timer when this move comes out, and so if you plot your heavy move to come out, it'll usually be slow, and the enemy's, like, basic shot might come in faster. But if you take a second team member and delay that enemy with a stagger attack, like a pushback, they will then possibly get pushed back just behind that first heavy attack that you set up, and now it's hitting them preemptively, and everything that hits early is basically
Crits.
it's a crit. Yeah, it's like a counter hit system. So what would be a counter hit, in other genres? In this case, it's a full on crit, which gives you extra things that it does. It might activate an extra effect, and like it's just a really awesome system where, because the timer shows you what they're about to do, it reminds me of Into the Breach, because you've got perfect information for
Absolutely.
what the enemy is going to attack you with. And so far there have not been miss rates or any chances of like whiffing or anything like that.
I played to the end of the second planet and didn't have a single thing missed in either direction.
So then it's perfect information, and thus you're fighting the battle, but really you're solving the puzzle. And I fucking love that. I have so much fun with that. Same like Into the Breach, kind of like, all right, we know what's about to happen. Plot your move perfectly and set it all up, let the dominoes fall. And then, of course, there's Darkest Dungeon-like moments of camping between nights and day. So that
sharing affection with your affection cards.
Buff your team up and then build their relationships up. And if their relationships get high enough, you get access to dual tech. So they have split attacks.
If they get even higher, you can get progeny units.
I don't even know what that is.
I'm going to assume it's new units that are basically their babies. Like if you fuck that robot.
Oh, what?
Because progeny means like baby spawns.
Yeah, okay. Huh.
One of them things.
One of them is, I mean, I had two partners. One was not human, and the other
robot.
Was birthed in a vat.
That's right.
So,
fuck the robot, have a baby.
Okay.
Do it.
Well, in any case, it also helps that you're fighting a bunch of rad robots. Really cool. Like, story so far is doing its thing. Lots of setting up of the story, cutscenes, characters introduced. But yeah, more than anything, like you just kind of feel like you have a lot of options, and throughout the first mission that I did, and it was to the first major boss, the first behemoth, you had the ability to level up, you get cards, or you level up and get new abilities, and I feel like you get to kind of play this how you want to. There's different ways you can approach it, but I preemptively fought the behemoth, and I was able to just squeeze out a victory. It was a pretty nice tight fight. I clutched it from the jaws of defeat, and in the end, I was left very, very impressed with like the situations where you can preview info to see the next turn, and the next turn says this boss is dropping a murder beam that's gonna wipe your party.
You're gonna die.
It says kill
you have
shot.
To kill it now.
It says kill shot on everybody, and this is gonna happen unless you can change the future. So you start working, you start putting your fury points to use, and yeah, like it was just a fucking incredible game.
I got so I ended up getting to the end of the second boss, and you get party members every planet you beat.
Nice.
So by the end of the game, you'll be rocking like a 6-man party, which means that every extra planet is like a order of complexity higher. The story is it's pretty light, but the one thing about it that caught me off guard is that in terms of roguelike considerations, like in Isaac, it's like when you die, it's just like that didn't happen. This is the real run or whatever, right? In Gungeon, it's like, oh, you get shot by the bullet to the past, you go back in time, right? In this, it's your whole reality gets annihilated, and you just jump the little baby robot to a similar one and give it another shot. Like every failed run is an entire dead galaxy.
Yeah,
it's a bummer.
I mean, Into the Breach, right? Warp back, and help the next reality. I remember like talking about how like that's an interesting device for roguelikes because it obviously plays right into the repetition, but it's also like if you have access to that technology, that's a very benevolent thing for someone to do, to be like, well, this is all fucked, but before I go, at the very least, I can tell my neighboring reality, hey, watch out. You know?
Yeah.
Quite nice. Quite nice.
Yeah, the game's great. There's only one thing that I would say it might be a downside. I played the game for almost 4 hours, and I got to the end of the second planet. Roguelite and roguelite runs are usually measured between half an hour to an hour. A full run of this would be like 6 hours.
Yeah.
Like that's crazy. That's like a whole video game.
It is.
For your winning run.
And I'm okay with that. Like, if you're gonna take some losses, you know, take them early, take them hot, and then get to the place where you understand the system. But yeah, so far, so good. And I do like that. There's, you know how there's always got to be something that diminishes over time that is harder to replace, you know, so that like the further you go, you can't just like always be tip top shape. In Darkest Dungeon, it's stress, right?
Yep.
Stress management is really hard, even if you keep your life high. And in this, I mean, in a Persona game, it would be your mana, right? Your MP ends up running out a lot of the time. In this, it's your life, but only your HP. You can keep your energy shields replenished fairly easily, but your armor is, from what I can tell so far, not coming back. And your HP is only at camp, or like when you get a nice pickup.
Armor and health, you can find pickups or camp it up. But yeah, it's not going to come back automatically. Your shields are going to be your regenerating health for most of it.
So that was like, okay, I understand. This is the flow. And a really bad run will have you like crawling to the boss with very little HP, but you might have your energy and armor intact, you know?
You'll start with that full shield.
So that's cool. I also like the touch where there's certain effects that happen immediately at the beginning of the timeline. So you get to like essentially like change your calculations, you know, by just applying a step right away, you know.
Yeah, like the fucking stun that the rogue gets.
Blitz.
It's like, does this need to stop now? Like that.
Fuck that thing. Yeah. So that is really, really cool, and I'm gonna be going back to Star Renegades on my own time for sure. Big thumbs up on that. Recommend.
What else did you get on?
I also decided to take a look at N1's Perfect Welt.
All right. Can you type that into Discord so I can look it up? Because I don't know how to spell that.
You don't even need to, but if you wanted to, it is basically the third Akatsuki Blitzkampf game.
Oh.
So, excuse me, Akatsuki Blitzkampf. So that is a fighting game by Subtle Style. Played it back in the day and love it. Really, really cool. It's got an old man named Fritz. He's got a sword, and I like that character a lot. It's the game with all the Nazis in it. But turns out that might not be the case. So it had an update once called Auf Ausch, and then there was a second update into the most recent version of the game called basically One Perfect World in German. And Ein Perfect Welt. It is still pretty, still cool. Lots of new stuff going on. New characters dropped. It seems like it never got ported anywhere, so it's only in Japanese arcades. So you
I'm
basically
not even getting real results for this title.
yeah, but
I'm
you
getting
remember,
like books.
put it this way: you remember the Blitz tank?
Yeah.
It's the series that the Blitz tank comes from. That's all you really
I found
need to.
screenshots of this game.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's one of those.
it's one of those, and it's not a sigil fighter. It's very much not that. It's not an anime like fighter in terms of like mechanics and whatnot. It's not doing arc-sys double jumps and air dashes. Well, there is a double jump, but it's a lot more like, you know, kind of normal in that regard. But it's a very fun system. 3 buttons, A, B, C, and parry. You know. So yeah, that's all cool. But we had so someone that messaged me about this game that is a huge fan of it basically was explaining that you know, according to the lore, these are not a bunch of Nazis necessarily. They might have been perhaps at some point in their origins, but things get a little bit more complex, you see. Like the main character might he was undercover / not actually working for the Imperial Army and all these things, and I'm like, the more it goes on, the more I'm just like, okay, so 100% of this roster is wearing Hugo Boss uniforms, and
I don't know, man.
and a
non-zero
amount of them have win quotes that are literally Heil Hitler or Sieg Heil.
The game is called One Perfect World.
But we're gonna just say, hey, no. When you look into the fine print, there's little asterisks that say, nuh-uh, they're not nationalist socialists, though. It's okay. They're fine, leave it alone. And you're like, all right, sure, subtle style, whatever you say.
We all totally believe you.
It's not like there's an unlockable character named Whacker that throws a burning swastika at you.
Oh, that's true. That is that game.
But no, that's another game. That's a different game.
Yeah. That's the shittier. That game's much
this
worse.
one's actually pretty fun. But no, anyway, the game was fun. It was good. I enjoyed it. But like, I definitely don't like it's one of those things where there's some changes.
Did it direct you to read any literature on any website?
It did not.
Afterwards?
It did not. But it did change the character I like in some ways that I don't like. And community-wise, it seems like those who play the Blitzkampf series prefer the first game. So this is not the version that people.
It's kind
really...
of a bummer.
Yeah, but it's just that's what happens sometimes. Sometimes the changes are not really changes that people appreciate, so they just kind of stick to a version of the game that, you know, they like, aka Melee. And this is one of those. So in keeping with that theme of, you know, let's play the not chosen version, we also popped in Second Impact.
Oh boy, is that not the chosen version?
Second Impact, man. Dude, just...
There are a lot of people who don't even know what game you're talking about because you're not saying the full title.
Street Fighter 3 Second Impact.
Right? Because, like, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, that's the title, right? It's 3. That's the one.
No. Street Fighter 3 Third Strike is the third version of Street Fighter 3.
Get out.
The first version of it is called New Generation, and the second version of it is called Second Impact. When they packaged them together, they called it Giant Attack, and then after that, we got Third Strike.
That's a great name, Giant Attack.
Giant Attack is wonderful. I love it. So, Street Fighter 3 Second Impact was before the game went hip-hop. That was before it started listening to the rap music. And that was before it turned orange. You know? This was a very different aesthetic, and it was just CPS3 doing what it does. And, like, you really do have to go back at least to appreciate some of the design aesthetic choices. The life bars are gorgeous. They have those like portraits of the eyes at the top that look really nice. the menus and the music and like the mood is like, again, Third Strike is the best, but like there's some
It's got a
really,
completely different feel.
a really different feel, and it's very fun. You know, it's very nice. It's a very video gamey feeling vibe. I don't know how else to put it, you know, but like
It feels much more at home in an arcade in the 90s.
Yeah,
Even though,
sure.
it did come out in the 90s.
I mean, New Generation had the globe on the character select screen, so that, you know, you'd like fly around the map as if it were World Warrior back in the day. And then Second Impact had the it had stage intros where if your character and the stage had an interaction together, like Yun and Yang, Yun would be skateboarding over a car crash and land, and then the board rolls away and then he fights you. Or Yang is on the top floor of the restaurant they work at, and he jumps down and fights you. Akuma comes down from the mountaintop. Elena's stage, the bridge falls between rounds. You know, like lots of little fun things that happen on the stages that you can just be like, yeah, man, that shit's great. And then, of course, mechanically, parries are easier, and Dudley has his Thunderbolt attack, where he jumps up top the screen and corkscrews downwards, and
that
shit's
move is
goofy.
nuts.
Shit is so goofy.
Somebody who played Dudley in Third Strike first, seeing that move, like from what I thought was a grounded boxer character, it's just so weird.
It's hilarious. It went away, but like at the time I was like, what the fuck? Yes, you got Sean with a real Shoryuken that turns into a dunk, which I loved because it was wonderful, and it was too good in Capcom's eyes. They had to take it away. But he had a Shoryuken that had
make
a slam
him
dunk
into the
afterwards.
worst character that ever was.
You know, I mean, look, man, Sean was still had his problems, but having a real uppercut with a nice little like bam at the end was sick. And then of course there was Ibuki, who used to have a super that was more or less on the level of what Chun-Li ended up with. Like it's just a teleport forward combo that you can just activate to punish all kinds of shit. Very, very fun. Yeah. Sean was really cool with that. That all these little changes were just like, man, back in the day before they kind of went crazy. Alex with a different voice. It's just an interesting thing.
I don't like his old voice.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
You can't escape. Eddie's
it's like very, very Michael Jackson-ish.
Mm-hmm. Akuma and Sean rolling past each other, you know, and I want to say as well, there was like a lot of voices were different. Like Yun and Yang too, like they actually had more high pitched, like the you know, like the Rekka thing sounded different, and Yun's like Satsukarama. They were basically like 14-year-olds, and then I feel like their voices aged them up a little bit in Third Strike.
Ew.
It was cool. So I like going back to that every once in a while and just being like, this is where it came from. This is cool. And on the home version, you could switch super arts between rounds, which was kind of crazy.
That was so busted.
It was crazy because it was like, what did you anticipate you would need each round? You know, start with this, then go to that, then go to that. Usually there's a best super art that you just stick with the whole time because why the fuck not? But anticipating that like, final round, time to switch it up from whatever, you know, from SA3 to SA2 or for whatever you're anticipating. It's kind of nuts, you know. I imagine if you have a strategy that revolves around filling your meter up and then perhaps busting it out at the end, you can probably use that tech.
Wait, you keep the meter even if you change your super?
Well, you keep the meter between rounds, like that's how the system works. But yeah, you change whether you want 1, 2, or 3. You pick your character and then you pick your super art, and then you pick your super art 3 times, and it'll be round 1, round 2, round 3. You know, so Yeah, like that's kind of. But that was the console version only. The original arcade, you just picked.
Yeah,
up
that's
one and stuck with it.
that's crazy.
That was only in Giant Attack. Second Impact had Shin Akuma in it that was never playable. There is a Boss Akuma version that
I did
exists.
not know that.
Yeah, and
because I only played like a total of like 10 matches of Giant Attack.
there is a crazy. There's a you know, like Street Fighter 3 Akuma that is Shin Akuma, and there's a whole sequence for like how you go about to fight him in arcade mode, but yeah, that was never made unlockable. So,
Well, no.
Yeah,
Because that would be busted.
but I enjoyed that. So that was getting to fighting games, FFS, for fuck's sake. Yeah, so we are gonna be popping those up on the channel, and we are also going to be, going on with the new LPs this week. So yeah, you can check, of course, all that out on twitch.tv/woollyversus and on youtube.com/woollyversus. We are firmly in between games right now because Paper Mario's done and Halo Reach is done. So it's time to start some new shit. So please look forward to a schedule of new shit starting this week.
Hooray!
How about you?
I beat Transistor.
Yeah.
I feel like the people who love Transistor love it so much. How do I put this? I felt let down by Transistor.
That's okay.
I felt that. Well, the biggest problem is that I don't like the way the combat works.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. That's what you're doing for most of the game.
That's why I fell off of it the first time. When I started to play it way back, I got to the first boss at the the girl with the hat, her.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I don't like this.
Mm-hmm.
And then I recently went through it, and it's like, I really, really love everything about the way the functions interact. I think that's fantastic, and I think the way that it forces you to vary it up to get all the lore pieces on all the characters to be super cool. But actually using the vast majority of them, I felt was kind of lame. Like, I ended up at the end of the game, like, I only really liked 3 or 4 functions, and I was constantly having to pull those off in order to put new ones on to get the background information on the new ones. And I would get stuff like, oh, hey, it's ping. I fucking hate ping, but I have to use it 3 times in order to get like the background on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, if it wasn't mask or charm or call or crash, like, I always feel like I was being, how do I put this? I felt like I was being punished for wanting to learn about the game by not being able to use the moves I wanted to use.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know how I feel about the end sequence, because on the one hand, I think it feels super rushed. Like, that final area is like a joke. Like, you only fight one enemy type and you just like steamroll them super fast, and the final boss is a joke. But at the same time, the guy talking to you is gold blooming the fuck out, and I wish he was in the whole game. Like, the final antagonist that's talking to you at the end, Royce.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Like, why isn't he just talking to you the whole game? Like, he's so good.
Yeah, he's really cool. You didn't enjoy the fight?
I beat him in like 45 seconds.
Mm.
So, I would have enjoyed the fight, but like, I didn't get to do most of it because I just iced him in like a second.
Mm-hmm.
I also think the ending is actually just terrible. Like the solution at the end of the game is like awful, and I very strongly disagree with the game's theme. Badly.
Okay.
Did I just disconnect myself? Oh no. Okay.
No, I'm just listening to your review.
From the art perspective and the presentation perspective is like immaculate, but like I don't like the story, and like man, I did not care for the gameplay either. So I kind of feel like I don't know. I feel like I was oversold on it by people around me going, "It's the best game ever. It's my favorite game ever."
Well, I mean, I don't know why you're speaking in such a like indirect term. Obviously, I'm someone who loves the game and has.
You're not the only person.
Okay, fair enough then.
You like that's why I'm speaking indirectly, because you are not the only person who has been like, "Oh my god, Transistor's the best."
Well,
and I'm like,
I'm not. I'm. That's all right. There's a lot of things that we don't feel the same about, and I was not bothered by the gameplay. I enjoyed it, and in the end, I had a very different impression.
Like if you do want something that is targeted towards you, Wooly, I can say that I wish the game didn't take place in a computer, because the fact that it takes place in a computer means that of course it will be your favorite game ever, because it's kind of like Reboot.
No, that's stupid. That's not true. That's not the reason why at all. It's the setting. Has nothing.
Yeah, computer. Look, it's like Reboot.
Yeah, fuck off. That's not the reason why. I like it on a character level. I like what's happening with the combat. I think the design aesthetics, I think the sound, I think a lot of what's going on is it's to my liking, to my taste, but it's not the computer part of it. The fact that it's in a computer is cool. But it's not just, it's similar to Reboot, thus I like it. And thus anything, because that implies that anything that takes place in a computer is going to automatically be like, oh, Wooly loves it because it's in a computer, and that's not true.
That's why Sword Art Online is your favorite anime.
Right. So on that aspect, fuck off. That's not it at all. But with everything else, yeah, it's fucking firing on all cylinders for the type of shit that I like looking at, that I like playing, for the types of characters that I enjoy talking to. I really like the way the dialogue plays out. I love the way the sword talks to you. I kind of love a lot of the
I like the narrator from Bastion way better.
Yeah. Well, it's a different tone. It's a different tone. Like, he's going for a more like southern storyteller kind of vibe. Like almost a Johnny Cash talking to you sort of energy. Whereas,
and he's telling a story as opposed to
talking
being a
to
character
you, going, "Hey, Red, are you okay?" Like a lot of that is, it's noir. It's going for a different energy entirely, but and like that comes down to genre, ultimately. But yeah, no, it's not one of those things where I'm like, I'm gonna line up with the thesis and this and that. It's just ultimately a lot of it is taste.
Do you like the ending?
I remember being fine with it. Yeah, I remember being like, yeah, that's cool. Like, it played out in a way that I wasn't particularly bothered. But at the same time, like, full disclosure, like, I played it so long ago that like the point to point things are not fresh in my memory. There's a lot about the story right now that's not fresh, so I can't really bring up that or the characters or the weapons and things like that. It's from I don't know how many years ago.
My main complaint about the ending is something that I'm sure you remember, and it's the decision the main character makes at the end of the ending. Can we talk about that? Are we far enough away from Transistor that we can talk about the ending?
I think so. I mean, what game is the year from?
A long time ago. It came out on the 360.
Yeah, let me just 2014.
Okay, yeah, that's a bit. Okay, we're spoiler cast for Transistor starting now.
I can't really join you because I'd have to go back and reread what happened and stuff.
No, there's only one thing I need to talk about, and I'm certain that you remember it.
Okay.
And that is the end of the game is we could fix everything, but instead we'll commit suicide and we'll go to heaven and live with our loved ones in heaven, which I think is gross. I think endings or stories that are like we should all just kill ourselves so we can go to heaven are like legitimately terrible, almost on the point of being immoral.
Yeah, I don't. I would have to go back and refresh on everything that happened. I don't have that in my immediate memory.
You don't remember that they kill themselves?
No. So I have to go back and refresh on everything pretty much. But I remember when I got to the end. I remember what I felt when I played the game, but I don't remember the specifics at this point. I'd have to go back and catch up.
Well, shit, no wonder it's your favorite game. You forgot all the things that sucked about it.
All I can tell you is at the time, what I remember feeling was like enjoyment. I don't remember being bothered by the things that you mentioned. But again, I don't know what to tell you, dude. I'm so, I don't have the fucking memory, you know?
All right. All right. I'm baffled by that. Like, all right. In better news, how much time, or let me change this question around. How much time have you put into Hades?
I didn't beat Hades. I put enough time in that I was able to make it to, I guess the third area.
Mm-hmm.
I fought the Minotaur, and I got past him, and I'm somewhere in the area past him.
So, you got to the area. Wait, the Minotaur or Theseus and the Minotaur?
The Minotaur boss?
Yeah, because there's the Minotaur that you can fight as a mini boss, and then there's Theseus and the Minotaur, which are the boss to get out of Elysium.
No, not that. Just the Minotaur.
Okay. So, I've been playing that just nonstop since 1.0. I haven't. Did you put a lot of time into it, like relatively recently?
Not recently. All my time was spent early access, and then I came back for the Nyx update, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
I did a couple runs then, but like that was pretty much it. I spent heavy amounts. I was playing it every day back in early access.
I think the last time I put a good amount of time into it was the update that added Minotaur. So I am like 6 months out from 1.0. Jesus Christ, they changed so much between updates. Like just like, but even beyond that. So I finally beat it the other night and was bad. So it's a roguelike, and it, they want you to do extra runs. So I beat it and was wondering, well, how the fuck can they possibly okay. They actually justified it extremely well as to why you would keep doing runs. And then I spoke to a friend of mine who had hit credits, and I was confused because I couldn't figure out how you hit credits. And the answer is beat 10 runs. Like the actual end of the game is beat 10 runs. Which is a lot easier than it sounds. Because once I actually got to the top and beat it the first time, Like I have played, so I played it I don't know, like 4 days, and took me all that time to beat it once. I beat it 7 times since in like a day.
Well,
Like it
obviously
just starts to go faster, faster, faster.
yeah, the way you melt things that you've already beaten, I would assume continues all the way to the point where when you're good enough to get through the whole game, like the first time you beat Meg, each time after that you're like, okay, she's not an issue. So I imagine that just ends up being the entire game is not an issue.
So it's not just that, but you're also building up like permanent power.
Mm-hmm.
So like you earn the ability to like say like the sword, you can upgrade it so it does like I think 30 or 40 different 30 or 40% extra on like certain types of attacks. So you're actually getting like straight up more powerful. Like I just unlocked an upgrade where when you choose an ambrosia room, which eventually become useless because you don't need any more ambrosia, it gives you a random power up to a boon that you have, like every time. And if you pick a darkness room, then your HP goes up by 5, like when you finish it. So those get easier and easier and easier. And I was starting to worry about like what the like how is this game just not going to become a total cakewalk? And then the game adds the Pact of Punishment. Did you ever fuck around with heat in the earlier versions of the game?
Heat?
Yeah, okay.
I don't know what that is.
So heat used to be something that you would just unlock from like from Nyx. She would just give you the heat system. And what it is run modifiers. In Hades 1.0, it's unlocked once you beat the game once. And the way that it works is, so when you got through the first 3, you got like Titan Blood and you got a diamond, right?
Yeah.
So you notice that you get a Titan Blood and a diamond for Meg and the Hydra, but then that's per weapon. And then you never get them again, right? But you have upgrades that require like 15 Titan Bloods or fucking 10 diamonds or whatever. And the way that it works is you go, okay, I want more Titan Blood and diamonds. I'm going to pick the sword, which I totally beat the final boss with, and I'm going to make every enemy do 20% more damage. That resets all of your rewards. So with the sword at 1 heat, you can earn all those rewards again. And then after that, you can earn all the rewards again at 2 heat. And so as you are building up... Yeah, as you are building up permanent upgrades, the only way to get more materials for more permanent upgrades is to make the game harder in some format.
Okay, so there's like prestige basically that you apply to.
Think of it.
Your
somebody in chat said it's like using a bonfire aesthetic,
right?
To repop the boss, so you can get the rewards again.
Okay.
One of those is something called extreme measures, which is the coolest one, which changes the boss fights. I've only done one, but it changes the Megara boss fight to be all 3 Furies at once.
Wow. Holy shit. Okay.
And I think that one counts as 2 heat. There's so much in that fucking game.
I feel like usually there's what I remember is whenever I'd get really far in on a run, I would feel like it's because I have a broken build.
Yeah. No. Yeah. You're.
You know, and then I imagine the game will rise to the occasion to be like, no, that broken build is kind of needed to deal with this threat. There's some times when I'm like, I get a zoning ability and an amazing dash that are just unfair.
The only complaint I have about the game's beautiful. It has the most amount of dialogue I've ever seen. It's a great roguelike. It controls amazing. The only thing I don't like about it is that the distance between bad builds and perfect synergistic builds is the largest I have ever seen in a roguelike. Like, have you ever seen those videos of people playing Isaac in which like Isaac is the whole screen and just shooting black holes everywhere, and
it's just yeah, totally,
and like nothing can do anything?
Yeah,
you can totally get to be that busted. The first time I beat the game, I beat it effortlessly because I was using the bow. And I would fire the bow and it would cause a huge explosion and poison everyone for massive poison ticks.
Yeah.
And then I would drop my cast and the cast would shoot lightning constantly. And every time you were infected with poison, you would also get hit by lightning. And then the lightning would hit
chain
multiple
lightning
times
to other people. Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
so it was like I could stay at one end.
Yeah.
And just take pot shots at the boss.
I had
and
like
then my
4
next
dashes.
Run,
each dash was a bomb. The bomb would explode. It would go through armor. It would deflect bullets. You know what I mean? And then like you just stack like 8 things on top of one ability, and then it just becomes the melter.
One of the cooler parts that I never got to in the beta version. Have you unlocked any of the new weapon aspects?
Yes, you can change them to like the spear can be the spear of Achilles.
Achilles.
You know, and like on the different aspects. Yeah, I did start seeing that in the news.
So there's a lot to that system. Some of them are minor differences. Like the Chaos Shield throws 2 shields if you do the charge. Right? The bows are really interesting where the one of them is it fires less specials, but they track. And the third bow is super nuts where instead of firing your cast, you load up your cast into your shot so that you press B 3 times and then you fire off a power shot and all 3 casts hit the enemy at the same time with the arrow.
Okay.
But I unlocked the 4th spear aspect, which changes the spear into a completely different weapon. So the 4th weapon aspects are new weapons. They're not variations. They're completely new. And the 4th weapon for spear is the Spear of Guan Yu. And it is a Chinese like slashing spear.
Okay.
And in the description, it says that the person who wields it doesn't exist yet.
Cool.
And it comes with a special quest to bring it and leave it at the surface so that it can one day, like, make its way to China, I guess.
Cool.
And it puts your health to 30 maximum and removes your spin attack. But it gives you a spin attack you can throw that heals you.
Like a round trip?
Yeah, like a round trip.
Okay.
And instead of stabbing super fast like the spear does, it's like super slow hits that do like massive damage.
So you can't like stun lock them anymore?
No.
Because like the big thing with the spear...
Yeah,
it was just like pop, and they're like they're not moving. Everything's stun locked.
Yeah, those things are super weird. They're all really bizarre. The sword one puts a field around you that slows projectiles. Like they're fucking goofy. It's so weird because like I feel like this is pretty common to be said about a lot of these types of games. But the game actually legitimately starts once you beat it the first time. And I don't even mean like in terms of, haha, now let's do some runs. I mean, the story starts once you beat it the first time.
That's crazy to hear because doing so many runs to get not through the game yet, like, involves getting exposed to wild amounts of dialogue. There's so much conversation to go through. And again, I haven't beaten it, but I've done enough runs to hear what I thought was the exhausted limit of some of these, and it seems like nah, not yet. You know,
I can't believe how much dialogue there is. I got a special piece of dialogue from a god that only shows up after you beat the game once. Okay. I got a special line of dialogue for Nyx that only shows up when you get a boon from a god that only shows up after you beat the game, and probably after you beat the game like 5 or 6 times, and you need to get them in the first room.
Jesus.
It's like, okay, beat the game 5 times so that this god is unlocked, then get them in your starting upgrade, and then die, and then go talk to Nyx about what you learned from that character.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts considering
it's so ridiculous.
Because it shows you like the heart system to be like, hey, build up favor by giving gifts, and then you can max that out. But like, just because you max it out doesn't mean you're done. You know, like.
Well, yeah, max it out, and then you get the final lock. And then the final lock is give them a goddamn ambrosia, which only comes from beating Theseus and the Minotaur, which means you need a shit ton of them.
Yeah, so, you know, again, a lot of what you're describing is shit like I have not even fucking witnessed, but I feel like I've gotten a healthy dosage of game just doing the amount of runs that I've done. And it's, considering the development story of this game is we're going to do it over time because we have a smaller staff working on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just the voice acting alone, I just, like,
There's so much.
How long are those sessions, you know? Like, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. But, I mean, it's weird that it's developed in this way because it's a Supergiant game through and through, you know? It feels like their whole team could have been working on this, but yeah, in any case, fucking incredible. Yeah.
It also gives you like super, super long-term goals. So, like after beating the game. So in order to upgrade an aspect to its absolute maximum, you need like 15 Titan Bloods, which means probably like 10-ish. Well, yeah, 8 runs, assuming you just kick up the difficulty every time. And you have to have maxed one of those out in order to actually finish a quest and unlock something else. And it's like, beat the final boss 8 times at increasing difficulties to do this one thing.
And I said it before, but I'm going to triple down and say the way that the art depicts these gods is my favorite version of those gods, period.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by this fat dog I got. He's adorable. I love him. Aside from Hades, man, I've been playing Hades. Like, that game's great. I was playing it like right up until the second we started the podcast. But that's pretty much it for me. I'm going to be doing more roguelikes this week. I'm going to be doing that over twitch.tv/PatStaresAt if you want to check that out. And we got to get to news because holy shit.
Yeah. Let me just take a look here. Yeah, so let's just take a quick word from our sponsors, and then we will discuss all the shit that's going on. This week, Castle Super Beast is brought to you by DoorDash.
Hey, DoorDash, what up?
What up is dinner.
I had food from you earlier today. It was great.
What up is breakfast, lunch, or dinner? Then let's say any meal, anytime, anywhere, straight to you. We've been letting you know about it, but it's really simple. It's the way you get your food when you need it from your favorite places. Any joints that you like in your neighborhood, places you want to support, local favorites, big chains, a whole bunch. Over, I believe the number, last time we checked, was 300,000 partners in the US, Puerto Rico, Canada, and Australia. And yeah, you hop on the app, you grab your favorites, and you pop them in there. I am very happy that with the level of contactless delivery that we've been enjoying. I continue to enjoy the fact that I get a knock on the door, I go to the door, the food is there waiting, and the person is just already walking away, just going, all right, you take care.
Yeah, the only variation that I have on that is sometimes they're standing there with the stuff, and then they do the universal like look down at your door frame, and they're like, do you want it down there? Right? And you go, yeah, down there, and they go, cool, and they give you a thumbs up, and then they run away.
Yeah. It's do you remember Fantastic Mr. Fox?
I did not see it, so I can't remember it.
Okay. Well, there's a really cool scene where someone in the distance sees someone else that's far away, and from a distance, that character just holds a fist up like, hey, yeah, solidarity. And I'm just like, yeah, it's a little one of those. It's like, from a distance, I see you. I respect what you got going on. Thank you very much. Fist up. So, right now, listeners can get $5 off and 0 delivery fees on their first order of $15 or more when you download the DoorDash app and enter code CASTLE. That's $5 off and 0 delivery fees on your first order when you download the DoorDash app and on the App Store and use code CASTLE. Don't forget code CASTLE for $5 off your first order with DoorDash. Thank you, DoorDash.
I recently had a situation with DoorDash in which the delivery person forgot my soda, and I complained, and they gave me a refund on the whole order.
That's crazy.
Wow. I didn't even want that. I was like, hey, they forgot the soda. Can I get a refund on the soda? They're like, we avoided your order. Here's your credit. And I'm like, okay.
Whoa.
That's pretty okay.
That is an extreme amount of stuff for that situation. But hey, that's rad. Cool.
Thanks, DoorDash.
Yeah. Get some food, support the show, do your thing. Okay, well, this is a weird one, but the place that I get the notes for this stuff is not working.
Oh, no!
And it ain't working. So I don't have the exact numbers to give you on who you should, on what codes to use and such. Okay, well, gonna have to move on and possibly take care of this in post. That's unfortunate.
Ruh-roh. On to the news, of which there is 100. One bad news and 35 good newses.
Yes, let me just make some notes for editing purposes later, if you don't mind.
While you do that, I'm going to flop my dog's ear while he somehow doesn't wake up. I don't know how this dog don't wake up. I can punch this dog in the face and smush his cheeks and pat his butt while he's asleep.
Don't do that.
Don't smush his cheeks?
Don't punch him in the face.
Oh, yeah, just give him a little punch. Punch. You don't even care.
Well, fine. You say that, but, like...
Punch.
I grew up with some crazy motherfuckers who were not very nice to their pets.
Yes, but Wooly, I'm a human.
Yes. They were not.
I would not actually punch my dog. I just pretend like this.
All right.
He loves it.
So, first order of business. shall we bury the light?
Nope,
All right.
I'm not allowed.
Okay. So, with this, obviously, we have to talk about the announcement and what sucks. And I don't know which is overtaking you more so at the moment. But with the announcement of Devil May Cry 5 Special Edition comes some bum news for PC owners that are not being given a chance to get it on Special Edition on PC. That sucks, and there's no real good reason for it.
The reasons they're giving are just like outright lies. It's really funny. They're like, well, we're optimizing the version for the next gen consoles so it can't go on PC. And you're like, the PCs that have had ray tracing for like over a year.
Well, traditionally, I remember the thing was that, what was it? LDK mode, Legendary Dark Knight mode, aka
PC mode.
What I called it was hardware must die. Is the mode that was available only on PC. So it seems like a weird decision to go against it in this way.
I mean, I can tell you what the decision is and why.
Yeah,
I was talking with Hitchhiker, and he has a variation of Legendary Dark Knight mode working right now.
Yeah,
he put a video of it of a million monsters, and there's a guy working on a ray tracing mod right now. Well, and Virgil's been playable for months.
Yes, so for the story, there is the special edition that's going to drop on PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series, and it will be coming out with what you just mentioned, ray tracing, with playable Virgil, with Legendary Dark Knight mode, and up to what they said was a couple of variable options for display, where you can go up to 120 FPS, or
go down to 30 for some reason.
Down to 30 with 4K, or 1080p 60.
Mm-hmm.
So you can go 1080p 60, 4K 30 FPS, or 120 FPS and whatever resolution accordingly. So that's one of the things as well. And then for those, this is the next gen version of the game, and for current gen, there will be Virgil DLC, so you can get a DLC pack to add Virgil playable, but the other features listed will not be coming to PS4 and Xbone and PC. But PC will also have the Virgil DLC. So, you can. It's you can take your guesses. I think it is reasonable to assume part of Capcom's like not putting special edition on PC at least right away is due to the heavy modding that we've been seeing. I think that like there's been two ways that Capcom have treated PC in the past. There's the stuff that's been simultaneous release, and there's the Monster Hunter Worlds. And this might be a Monster Hunter World situation, or one where they just don't even do it at all. But I think that the fact that PC modding in Devil May Cry 5 has brought out all these features and more crazy shit like what Hitchhiker's doing, PvP, like wild level of of new shit. I think part of that is possibly the reason why Capcom would look and go like, we don't like that happens with these games.
So that's not it at all.
Okay.
This did happen in the past. You bring up the alternative being Monster Hunter World, but the more specific one is the last Devil May Cry game, which would be DMC4 SE.
Mm-hmm.
No, DMC4 SE and sorry, I misunderstood my own fucking sentence. And Definitive Edition for DMC.
Mm-hmm.
Definitive Edition for DMC never came to PC either. And that was a situation in which Definitive Edition DMC was based off PC mods. Like, people modded the original version to ignore the red-blue stuff and all that crap and change some of the gameplay stuff. Mm-hmm. And then some of that was included on the console version. considering, I'm of the opinion that because Capcom is just directly lying about why PC's not getting the SE, you're free to make up your own reason, and it's just as valid. The reason is because this should be a free update, but they don't want to spend the time or money because they can't charge PC players again. Like the Virgil stuff, that should be probably paid, but there's no reason why the SE stuff wouldn't just be a free update, especially considering you can make some of it a free update right now if you want.
So when you said that's totally not it, it's this other thing, you replaced a made-up reason with a made-up reason. I'm not saying it's not a valid guess, but we're both just speculating here.
Well, when the person you're talking to sees fit to lie to you, you should assume ill intent.
Okay, but I'm just saying, I thought, because you said, no, that's not it, and then you came in, I thought you were going to say something that was...
Well, because the way you were phrasing it pointed as like, well, PC players, if you hadn't modded it, then you would have gotten it.
That's not... Okay, I'm not saying they shouldn't have done them. Like, obviously modding is going to happen. If your take from what I said was, hey, PC modders, it's your fault, that's completely not what I meant. What I was saying was it might be Capcom being salty about those mods, which is very different from they shouldn't have done that.
If they're salty about them, I would say it's because those mods...
I'm not agreeing with that potential salt. I'm just saying that they might have been salty about that. I disagree with that as a good reason to not do anything on PC, though.
Yes, but what I'm saying is
Okay.
that salt is not over the mods. It's over the fact that tricking PC players into buying the game a second time would be harder because of them.
They would have
Like
free alternatives if someone decided to, let's say, mod in special edition to the original game as a mod, and they just
like
throw it all in there.
The
Yeah.
weirdest one is turbo mode, because turbo mode is like a single line in a notepad file that was in there from the beginning.
It would happen. It would totally happen. There would be a mod so that they would just grab stuff. I mean, there's already you can cosplay the characters in whatever, in different costumes and shit like that. There would absolutely be a mod that just makes special edition a thing that is on the original. Yeah, that is a likely scenario.
Honestly, I have to say that let's ignore the PC and all the mod stuff to a degree. Virgil coming officially and his track is amazing. That's really cool. This is a really shitty special edition compared to the other two.
So the thought process that made sense, I saw someone make a post, and again, we're all guessing, right? We're all just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks here. But someone made a tweet that was basically describing that so far from what you look at, it seems like outside of like the lighting changes and such, what you're getting asset wise is pretty much the same, right? What you're seeing with Virgil is all pre-existing assets. He's not switching to Beowulf or to Force Edge. We're seeing the exact moveset that you fought him with. And even when he stabs himself, obviously that's from the cutscene. So the idea is then like we're getting a special edition that's made from what already exists, as opposed to previous special editions where they added playable Trishan Lady, where they added extra campaigns for them, and they added like Virgil, and they added all this extra stuff,
So the Virgil thing, the really crazy one is like, the big move that he shows in the trailer where he stabs himself and then V comes out and V
screen
like
clear
floats and does a screen clear with all the summons going nuts.
Yeah.
That move is in DMC5.
Yes,
original.
It is an unlockable move that you can find in the code that V does, where he floats off and says something like, I'm done with this, or whatever, and he's floating in the air, and the whole screen just gets nuked.
Yeah, and like the current version looks really busted because there's
no effects on it.
Demons don't do anything. But it's like this feels really, really lackluster. Like they took a character with all his moves, and like there's no reason we couldn't have gotten a Virgil DLC like a month after the game came out.
Okay, so what I'm going to say is I'm not going to jump to that conclusion just yet, because there's a very possible there's a possibility that oh shit, whoops, sorry. Dropping things on myself over here by leaning. There's a possibility that there's content that we haven't seen that will be in the game that we haven't seen in the trailer, right?
I don't think that is true. They would have told us about that.
It's possible, but it is more. It's more. Of course, it's most likely that anything that you see is what they're going to advertise. But in terms of like what the full, for example, what I said was like Beowulf and Force Edge not being there is something where I'd like to see what the full kit looks like, if there's anything else on that move list to, I guess, make up for that, or if it just ends up being the doppelganger. But yeah, if it is exactly what we saw, and that's what there is to it, then it's definitely less new shit than any other special edition that they've put out in the past, for sure. If there's more that we haven't seen, then we'll have to wait for that. I'm hoping there is. I'm optimistic that there is, but I don't know.
I really wish that this announcement could have been like a happy one.
I'm still very thrilled with the fucking the amazingness of that theme and the coolness of like finally getting a fucking playable Virgil. I'm happy to know that like the thought that, hey, where's 5 special edition plus Virgil is was something that, well, there was reason to believe before this announcement that was a plausible rumor. And I think like part of that is also why the drop of the trailer happening was a bit less of a big old pop off, where people were looking for the woolly handstands and screams and mic peaks, when I was kind of like internally just like, there it is, yeah. But it does.
I've been waiting for that trailer to drop for like a year, and when it did, I'm like, that's it. And not even for me.
I hope there's more.
I don't know what
they
have been doing.
I hope there's more, but it really is. It is definitely a bummer that you have a really positive piece of news go hand in hand with like, I guess, exclusivity politics. Where just some people that own the game get some things and other people don't, or some people that are like on one platform, all that stuff. Whenever that happens, you don't want to be. You don't want to be this late in the game still kind of going like PC is an afterthought. And in some games cases, Capcom seems to think and support it that way. Some games get fine PC treatment, other things don't, and you don't really get a clear reason.
One of the reasons why I'm so tilted about this was that I got a review code for DMC5, right, way back on PC. And I went, you know what? So I didn't buy DMC5 on the PC, right? But I still want to support Capcom for putting it out on the PC. So I bought copies of it for my friends, which I guess means I'm stupid, because they didn't want that game to sell on PC. Because PC customers aren't good enough for their games.
The copies you bought were PC copies.
Of course they were.
Well, I mean, it depends on what your friends would have, no? What?
Anyway, Wooly, I got the code on PC. Why would I buy my friends PS4 copies to show Capcom that I supported it on PC.
Rewind. Let me explain what just happened. You said you got the code, therefore,
Yeah.
you still wanted to support it, so you bought copies for your friends.
Yes.
This
So why
step-
would I
this-
buy it?
The step of buying copies for your friends to me could be, hey, what do you own? Okay, what do you want
Wooly,
it on?
No. Stop.
Okay.
Wooly, I said I got the code for PC. So since I didn't buy it on PC and I wanted to show Capcom that I supported it on PC, I bought copies for my friends.
Okay.
So why would I have bought PS4 copies for my friends
I
to
thought
support it on PC?
I thought what you said was you bought copies for your friends after you already got your code, and you didn't say. And I thought you were just saying you would have got it on whatever they had, or I assumed that was unstated. All right.
Anyway, point is, everyone involved in this is a liar, and I will probably be adding Matt Walker until he says something more specific than we're specializing it, we're optimizing it for next gen consoles, which is a lie. Like, it's a de facto lie because that is not a thing that makes sense and is true.
Yeah, the part where there is a Virgil DLC that exists for current owners is like it is a way to if they did not have that, then I think you would have heard a much more negative backlash in terms of just like people getting shafted for being current owners that don't want to buy a second copy. And for the people who looked at it and went, I don't want to buy a second copy. That's too much for me. I find that an extremely reasonable take. I think that much like Persona 5 Royal, when you are someone who, like, if you feel like I don't want to buy a second version of the game with some slight changes or whatever the case may be, that is very, very fair. So I don't think anyone should feel like they have to get a second copy if they don't want to. But offering the Virgil DLC is almost like hey, let's kind of smooth the situation over a little bit by giving you something. But yeah, it should definitely have been a like upgrade to the version, a la any other fighting game, where you get a full-on, like, here it is, it's a big content dump, you just drop it on top of your original game and you get the new shit for existing owners. Or if you want to get a next-gen version of it, here's that version as well,
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah,
that,
I don't understand why, like, the weirdest thing.
People would have universally been hype and positive about the whole story from front to back if everyone that currently owns it could have bought an upgrade for it, and if anyone that wanted it next gen would have had the option to do so as well. It's one of those decisions where I think they'll end up seeing, like, a lot of people that are going to get their next gen stuff early will be grabbing a copy. But like a whole lot of people that I guess could have gone either way will just be like, I'll just wait. I already got it before. I'll be fine to wait. And you kind of lose out on some kind of, like, you could have forced the situation. You could have forced the hand a little bit. By you're forcing the hand rather by limiting what they can get. But yeah, it would have been a universally positive announcement if they said available for all platforms, upgrade pack, or fresh.
I don't understand why they don't just put it to PC and charge like $20 for it, like an expansion, instead of like having to rebuy the thing entirely or nothing at all. Like, that's weird.
we've seen large expansions for other games. You know, we know that it's a absolutely viable thing. I understand
there's
the timing of a
Iceborne,
new generation.
right?
Like I think so. To answer what you mentioned earlier about this could have come out a couple months later, I think the gen update is partly responsible for the push. I think the whole like let's wait for it to launch is okay. You know,
Well,
as
yeah,
well
so
as,
they can sell full copies instead of expansions.
and not just that, but we also are very familiar at this point that anything that releases on launch window of a console gets super duper inflated in its sales because people are buying for the sake of buying anything on their new machine.
Yeah.
Red Steel is only a thing because it came in as the sword game that was out at launch on your fucking Wii. It's a huge benefit to be out in that window. So the decision to take what they could have put out sooner and delay it to this window is also to get those extra sales.
It's just so frustrating to be like, if Capcom came out and said we just don't want to put it out on PC, that would be one thing. But the lie is what is really tilting me. Like, well, we're optimizing it for next gen and ray tracing.
I mean,
and it's
to
like,
to me,
that
actions
quote
the actions say we just don't want to put it out on PC. Like that, the actions say that. You know?
Yeah, but lying is an action.
Mm-hmm.
You could have just said nothing forever, right? The part where it's like we're optimizing it for next gen ray tracing, the day that 3080s sold out, like that was the day and date of that quote, which is like the ray tracing video card of the future or whatever. Like, it's so absurd.
So what's worth mentioning that we haven't talked about is the part where the very high level fucking skill scene, the crazy scene of character action game people are looking at this too, going like, no inertia. And there was a mod that put inertia back in on PC as well. And all this,
those people should be really tilted because now Hitchhiker has to spend his time recreating LDK mode instead of working on Strive.
Well, something that's really clear, right? Well, like I said, like when you have a special edition coming out with the way the content was in previous versions, although remember how late 4 SE came out compared to 4, right?
I don't even think late is the right term. That was like
a decade,
dead in the ground by the time it came out.
A decade later, 4 special edition dropped, right? So keep in mind, this is really, really, really close to the launch of the original by comparison. So all that new shit was whatever made in the whenever they decided to resurrect the franchise. But I think what you're going to see is a PC mod that more or less attempts to recreate whatever comes out anyway. I think you're going to see the almost like the Spite special edition for PC that the community is going to probably build themselves just to see like, hey, look, it's doable and here it is. And especially if you consider that this special edition, if it is only existing assets, then that means there's nothing the modders won't be able to do.
It's the ray tracing thing is is more technical, obviously.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, the lighting pass change, the different. Yes, that is a bigger deal. But you will get the Virgil mode. You'll probably be able to get. You'll get that attack in there if they see that's what's going on. Like, they've already put newer attacks in the game too as well, and new abilities in terms of just like combat. And yeah, nothing. We don't know what's going to be there, but like if Dante ends up not having any new weapons, for example, or something like that,
he won't have any new weapons.
Yeah, so then there's nothing the modders won't be able to do because they already have the same pieces that the special edition is made out of. You know,
it's really bizarre Like everything about DMC5's development is weird because you look at like Bloody Palace, which came out later, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was probably supposed to be in there at launch,
Probably.
but the
It,
timing
it usually
didn't work
is.
out, right?
Yeah.
So it's this situation of like, and a lot of the pieces of this SE were totally in the game the day that came out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just this
The
weird
concentration meter as well.
like the $40 version of this game is a fucking ripoff. Like that's the second part. Like there's the part where I'm like pissy that it's not coming to the PC. But like if I was a person who just had the console version, like dude, that is a ripoff. Especially since some companies are allowing you to just, upgrade your version to the next gen version for free. Like
you
all
mean
of this shit should be free.
You mean as of the existence of this announcement?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's a nasty fucking game when you don't play nice with the consumers that, just spent money on your stuff. Because of all the groups of people you're pissing off, in this case, it's people that literally like and supported your shit. So you really, really, really should be nice to those people because they're the ones that will stick around if you do it well. It's just an obvious thing that you're burning goodwill whenever you decide to take the cash-in route. And that's, yeah. It mars the otherwise what would have been universally positive of an announcement. I still want to give a huge shout out to Casey Edwards and Bury the Light for being such a fucking incredible banger of a theme, and the fact that people are digging into it and finding references to multiple pieces and things about Virgil over the years, because he's had those boss themes, but he's never had a theme, like not a vocal theme. So now that this is the first time it's ever happened, you're getting references to the line that Arkham says, "A storm is approaching. I am the storm that is approaching." You're getting references to the instrumental parts of Virgil 2 coming back in leitmotif form. You're getting Devil Trigger's bridge later on in instrumental form, and you're getting the lyrical opposite where "Embrace the darkness that's within me" is mirrored by "Bury the light within me," So like in terms of just paying attention to the source material and trying to get something super appropriate for a theme, this song's existence could not stomp Subhuman any deeper into the ground.
Oh man, I forgot. I fucking forgot about Subhuman.
It's so
Jesus
crazy.
Christ.
It's so crazy how good this is and how far it stomps Subhuman into the ground. It is wild. I'm like, overall just like hyper impressed by the attention to detail. And Casey tweeted out to say that like, hey, someone found a reference. There's many, many more. So the idea that, there's a lot to dig that is referential to everything from the past is a fun thing, and I hope we can find them. Bury the light. Makes sense. It's what he's trying to do. It's, and I like as well that the version we got is the 10-minute like full the full version of it, where you get to hear what it's going to be like on every style meter until you get to the S rank.
That version of the track's weird because the I don't know what the intro, like the lead up, is like a minute and a half long. It's crazy long. Like I thought it was fucking busted. I thought I had found the wrong version for a second.
And before you, like, if for a second you start thinking that you're going to take this too seriously, they start screaming, "My family crest is a demon of death" at the fucking chorus.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, this is so dumb. And it's perfect.
It's so stupid.
It's perfect levels
And
of
you're like,
dumb.
oh, this is... Because now that we know that Virgil's
can't
just a
just
dumb
be
poetry
cool.
nerd... Yeah.
You're saying.
Oh, that was it. That was it. That was the whole thing.
Now that we know that he's
Now that
a
we
dumb
know that
poetry nerd.
you dumb poetry nerd. They're like,
Yeah.
and then you finished it. It can't just be cool.
And I also, like, if this is what he thinks of himself in his head, you know what I mean? Like, this is what's going through his mind. You're like, oh, you fucking dork.
He's a dweeb.
Yeah. Very.
Just because we couldn't, we did.
on
So
point.
ideally, this in my head, it's like, so we got to hang out with Dante 99% of the time. So we got to see all the stupid things that he was doing by himself to show he's cool. So we didn't see in DMC3 Virgil doing a bunch of like edgelord slashes on like a rock, and then practicing his sword sheath and saying all sorts of weeb ass shit.
Well, he gets to feel good about practicing those things though, because it's what Father would have wanted.
Oh. Are we at the point where we're like, you never want to see Sparta talk ever, or do you still want to like get a look at it?
I have faith that, like, story wise, when he does talk, it would be. I feel like it could be. Itsuno could do it properly to make it feel like as appropriate and possibly as hammy as we would hope it would be. Like, I feel like prior to 5 existing, I would have been possibly worried about it being ruined. But at this point, it's like, nah, fuck it. Just pull the trigger on that. Let's see how it go.
We actually got to see Ava last time. Like,
talking to you,
for a second before a roof got her.
So I feel as if what I always have to judge it on is like, hey, there's a thing that hasn't been touched yet in this timeline, and the further we go without touching that, the more I'm like worried that it might not be done well. But if you show me that like that the step before this, you know what you're doing, then I'm like, yeah, you've got this, you're fine, it's when you see the boss goes down the way it does in Snake Eater, and then you're like, please don't touch this character ever again, and then Peace Walker comes along and you're like, fucking hell, like it's definitely a just, you have to judge whether you want more information based on how much your faith is planted in the current incarnation of what's happening. And 5 to me did enough and kept the story like fun and dumb. So I think if they approached Sparta and made it fun and dumb, it'd be fine.
Or just give us a Sparta game. Just say fuck it and just give us that first like 0.
All right, because context is important. Whatever Peace Walker the game aside, I'm talking about the robot with the boss in it. The robot with the boss in it. It's dumb.
It's fucking stupid. It's
Never mind the game. If you enjoyed the game, that's fine.
Game's fine, but that
talking
robot
about
is stupid as shit.
The robot with the boss in it. All right, thank you. We're moving on.
I'm just like, now my current hope for DMC5SE, and hopefully no one at Capcom is paying attention to me, but when SE comes out, people are able to, because people rip console games, it's just a little tougher, and find the parts where they totally cut Ladies Night DLC from this, and that shit is just canceled.
Is that the course of events?
What do you mean?
You said Ladies' Night was cut?
Yeah.
Okay. An existing thing was removed.
Yes.
Okay. That sucks.
Oh, no. Now I understand what you mean. No, it wasn't supposed to be part of the SE. It was supposed to come out afterwards, before the SE.
Mm.
And then it got canceled, and I thought it was going to get rolled into the SE, and guess not.
Okay.
I'm not going to cite my sources. Why the fuck would I do that?
Well, that sucks too.
All right. Well, that's done. What else we got this week?
Final Fantasy XVI.
How obvious was it that was the FF16 trailer when that started?
I mean, considering we were glancing at it during a Rooster Teeth panel, it was... I was 50-50 on it, and then, of course, the Chocobo seals the deal.
Yeah.
The reason why I wasn't sure, I guess, is because it was clearly going back to a much more traditional fantasy sort of look and sound. And I didn't expect that. I kind of expected things to continue being in this sort of like modern fantasy like environment and take.
So
and
FF16,
but I don't know,
is the weird. So yeah, it's very going old fantasy again.
And I'm not just using 15 as the only thing to
oh
inform
no,
that,
you mean like 7, 8,
13
10
as well, you know, like they were going in this very contemporary direction with their fantasy. So the return to an older style threw me off a little bit.
The lead up to 16 has been really weird for FF14 players specifically, because there have been like 4 interviews now where people ask Yoshi P, "Hey Yoshi P, are you working on a single player Final Fantasy game?" And he would go, "I am not directing a single player Final Fantasy game."
This may
Over
be an
and over.
untruth. This may
Well,
be
actually-
an untruth.
Actually, he was telling the truth, because he's not. He's producing it.
He's producing it.
Which, like, it's Yoshi P. Of course he's producing it.
Mm-hmm.
This game's really weird, because
Did you
this
know
is made...
that combat is being handled by a Devil May Cry staffer?
And a Dragon's Dogma person, yeah. The guy who made the combat for Dragon's Dogma is the one doing it for Final Fantasy. So that's sick.
There is a very clear moment in the trailer where protagonist does a backstep into a fireball, and it looks probably like that fireball into teleport slash is canned, but immediately after the teleport slash, he does an air side dash. So that tells me minimum 3 actions happened there, potentially 4. That's a lot of control in a very action oriented way for fighting fighting the beholder thing. I forget the name. If Final Fantasy is just going down this action road, it might as well go down the road of good action.
Yeah, I think, what was it, Buttons that said that? If they're gonna keep making them into action games, they might as well be good action games.
And if FF7 is anything to go off of, they can do it.
Yeah. That wasn't the best action game, but it's a pretty good action RPG. But this the action game. This is like,
I've described it already, but I adore the the way ATB was implemented in that. It's the thing. What clicked with me so much in that was the fact that it turned a turn-based thing. Okay, what your brain or what my brain assumes turns are is what 7 did. When a fight is happening in real time,
I get what you mean. Yeah.
And then the moment a video game or a D&D campaign says, stop, next turn, what are you doing? That is the pause mid-fight. So having that moment in the fight makes me really enjoy, what I assumed was happening for all these years. Every time I would mentally process what a turn in a fight looks like, it would be this, Looks very cool, man.
I find the develop.
Go ahead.
I find the development of this game to be actually way more interesting than the trailer that we saw, because the trailer is old fantasy and it's almost like Ivalice.
Yeah,
like in terms of location.
Totally. British accents and
that trailer
old fantasy.
Once I got to hear it, that trailer hit 2 different types of people, and it was really, really funny to watch the average person's reaction to it, because the instant you watch it, you're like, oh, this is made by the people who left FF14 during Heaven's Word.
So 14 players, more than one 14 player, has drawn lots of comparisons to 14 and this.
Well, the characters look like they do in 14. I saw Clemps posting that the Shiva character looks identical to his character, and the main character even looks like the main character of 14. But even beyond that, the music, like the instant you know how you can always tell like a Final Fantasy composer. Like, I don't know if he's doing the whole game, because doing an MMO soundtrack is time consuming, but that is a Soken piece of music. Alex Mukala, the music producer.
Yeah.
Amazing. He went through the whole track. He reconstituted the track and was like, this is something that Soken uses. This is the background violins that are in 3 or 4 different 14 tracks. Like, that is Soken loves all male choirs. He likes this kind of progression. Like, it's absolutely Soken doing it. It even.
So who's Soken?
Soken is Masahori. Wait, what's his first name? I forget. But Soken is the composer for 14.
Okay.
And it's very obvious that he worked on that. The cutscene direction, and then you read up and you discover that the writer of Heaven's Word is the guy who is writing this story. Masayoshi Soken. Thank you, guys. It's all just little bits and pieces of the 14 staff with Yoshi P at the helm, which means that it's pretty much staff that have not worked on Final Fantasy since 12. The only connective tissue is like 12 and like Tactics and 14. So great. Oh, and DMC5 man. Forget that guy's name, but Dragon's Dogma Combat Man.
Protagonist is got young, spry, and dirty aged tattooed forms. Childs and summon.
There's
and
this can be an M-rated game.
The logo is just 2 summons fucking scrapping it out.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was the other thing that I forgot to mention. The Ifrit design is literally the same one as from 14. It's the same.
Okay.
Like, you know how they always look very different?
It's
the same one.
Okay.
It's really actually weird. Let me grab a photo for you personally, Wolves, because there we go.
And what about the Phoenix? Is that
Phoenix?
Some new
Phoenix.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm very excited for this. Hopefully, like I've seen people saying it didn't look very good. It also looks very early. It looks about as early as they could possibly show it. Like, it looks like it probably needs like 2 more lighting passes.
I mean, again, it'll likely be more than fine when it drops, and I want more details on that battle system. I really want to see what they're going for. How, like, is it going to have any traces of non-action, or is it just going all in, you know?
Like, yeah, like what is the structure of the game?
When does it just become Final Fantasy in theme, but gameplay is just a fucking action game, and that's all there is to it?
Because I feel like there's 3 different genres it could be. It could be Devil May Cry, but it tells you it's Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
It could be FF7 Remake, or it could be like a more
15.
open world, like Dragon's Dogma 15 kind of thing. I would actually really, 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 really like it to be like more like an open world or Dogma like. But
I imagine they'll never really get rid of pause time cast spell, you know? Like, I think
what are you
that's
talking about? That dude's firing off like fireballs like it's a gun.
He does the fireball on like a yeah, okay. Perhaps like larger spells, perhaps bigger deals, perhaps summons.
Maybe. I think the weirdest thing, this is just coming from somebody who's like just a big FF nerd. I think the weirdest thing in the trail in that whole thing is that the character's a summoner, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And he's got a sword in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Like, something about that just makes me go, no. Summoners are magic nerds. They can't be big armored chads also. If so, then what is the point of the other classes?
Then of course the other issue is or not issue, but it'll be like, what's the party play gonna be like, you know?
I bet it's gonna be what you saw in the trailer. I seriously doubt that level of control is being given to your character as well as a whole party.
Your character and your summons.
Yeah, maybe.
Control your summons.
But, man, I'm so excited for that game. I hope Yoshi P doesn't work himself to death, though. Because he's full steam on the next expansion and the patches, and he's doing this, and he's like the head of, like, he's got some new business position that's like head of creative quality Final Fantasy, something like, you know, the Final Fantasy, the role that they created in the company.
Well, hey, he's producing. He can produce.
Yeah, but producer doesn't mean the same thing over there. Like, over here, I traditionally think of a producer as somebody who micromanages the day-to-day in terms of like who goes where.
I've watched it in action.
Yeah,
I can tell you what it is. Yeah, it is managing the chain of production and providing people where needed.
Because like Yoshi P definitely makes a lot more creative decisions than the producer role would have you suspect.
Very generally speaking, producer means very few creative decisions, and it means picking the person who will make the creative decisions.
Like, one of the things that is the most obvious is when you look at this and it's like old Final Fantasy. Hey, why is that? It's because Yoshi P doesn't like the techno future Final Fantasies. He likes the old ones.
Ah.
So
okay.
That's why this one's an old one.
That would explain that. Okay.
Dude, that game looks great.
So that was the big drop at Sony's event as well. And then there's a couple other things, but just going in terms of like the biggest news, the next story should probably be the one that fucking popped right before we hit the button.
Right before.
I found this out by when I woke up. I scrolled over to my trending tab and saw Todd Howard was trending, and I'm like, why? On God's green is Todd Howard trending, and what I saw was a moment described where he was basically saying that when he got a Lifetime Achievement Award, that he said a joke that was like, I wonder how many achievement points that's worth. And then offstage, Microsoft was like, hey, we'll have to look into that for you. And then later, they uploaded a game, like it's not a game, but like an actual like game placeholder that was private to only his account. And it listed life, and it had 1,000 achievement points. And so he was like, oh, that's a good stuff. That's a good time. And I'm like, that's a little wholesome story from Todd Howard. What's the point of this? And
yeah, it's
immediately
a
underneath,
dumbass story that goes nowhere, Todd.
And it's like, well, no, it goes somewhere because the entirety of Bethesda has been acquired by Microsoft.
It's actually even bigger than that. It's like ZeniMax. It's like their parent company. Like, Microsoft ate the whole plate.
So, all right. Now, didn't this or something very similar happen the last time Microsoft was about to jump generations? Didn't they?
Yeah, they bought Obsidian.
Right. So this is the move then, right? It's not just an acquisition, but it's a PR timed thing that says, going into this next gen, we have bought a studio whose games you want to play, so we're going to have that. It's a PR buy. Yeah. Did they do it a third time prior to this?
I don't know about that.
But I definitely remember that happening on Xbone.
I'm going to put on my speculation hat, and I will clarify what parts are speculation and not.
Rare.
I have it on.
Rare. They fucking bought Rare totally for the 360, dude. Right. Rare. They do it every time. They wait for the turnaround and they make a big buy that's going to get people like, oh, fuck. This is where we go now. Yeah. They do it every time. Rare, fucking Obsidian, and now Bethesda. It's a pattern. Totally. It's
that's nuts.
It's the equivalent of an October surprise.
Dude, they would have bought Sega before the Xbox launch if they had the money, if they had the will to do it at the time.
Well, I mean, there's maybes and maybe nots. Depends on how Sega feels about it.
Yeah. So that's kind of where I'm going with on this. So the Bethesda or ZeniMax board of directors has been told to me verbatim as a bunch of piece of shit scumbag venture capitalists by a friend of mine who works at Bethesda.
Okay.
And that they are the reason that the engine never gets updated.
Nice.
Straight up, every year, every single year, the talk goes up to the board and is, please, we need money to build technology for a new engine. People are quitting. People are quitting because they don't want to work on this fucking engine. It's bad for their CV. It's bad for their resume. Please. There's only one guy working on technology on the Bethesda team right now. You know that? There's one. Or rather, that was a year ago. So a year ago, there was only one. And they go, yeah, but the games still sell, so fuck you. You don't need your new engine, right? It's the same thing that happened to Telltale, right? Just, and then, like, I believe it was, like, it was quite recent. that one of the people on that board of directors, Robert Trump, passed away. And then all of a sudden this deal goes through. Which makes me think that was a foot in the door.
Yeah.
And then the foot in the door literally died.
So they're kind of, I mean, yeah, like it's the gaming wing is one part of this otherwise, like, we don't give a fuck about any of that major corp, and now they get a little bit more inch by inch. It's interesting because I'm wondering.
I just want to add one more.
Yeah.
Which is Saved a Click just posted an article saying that Bethesda has come out to say that the engine has had its first total overhaul since Oblivion.
Wait, Trump's brother that passed away the other day, it's the same guy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay, I didn't know. Interesting. Huh.
And so it's like Microsoft buys them and management changes, and all of a sudden, okay, fine, there's money for an engine. I would not imagine, with the history of Microsoft releases, with the Master Chief Collection notwithstanding, that they would let Bethesda games come out the door the way they have been lately.
Well, here's what I assume this means. I assume this means that your Elder Scrolls, your Doom, and your Dishonored are now locked in.
Oh, they had a picture that was like all the games that like are covered by this. It's a bunch. Those are the big ones, the Prey, if they ever make more of those.
Fallout.
Oh, who even cares?
Well,
except now that Bethesda and Obsidian are now sister studios.
Evil Within. Ghostwire Tokyo.
Did you see the Obsidian tweet in relation to this?
No.
It was actually really funny. It was somebody added Obsidian asking them if Fallout New Vegas could happen now, and Obsidian just posted like an ASCII emote of a guy shrugging with his hands out with a smiley face.
Everything Star Trek related.
Oh, they have the Star Trek license?
Apparently so.
Huh.
Wayne Gretzky's hockey. Well, now, watch out.
They've also pointed out that all the Bethesda games will be coming to Game Pass on the day of their launch. Which means that for PC owners, that Bethesda games are maybe free now.
Game Pass is really sticking
I don't
around
know
and doing
how they're making money on that.
It just gives you games
for free.
It just here's games like fucking what? It's gotta. I mean, it's gotta be like PS Plus in its scheme, where like they're buying a certain amount, preemptively on behalf of everyone who owns a pass that will buy it, and then they get a discounted rate. Because everyone
I know pays $1 a month for it.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe it's at a loss, but it's worth.
They kicked it up to $10 just now.
Oh, okay.
That's still really cheap.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, again, we talked about the Netflix of games idea, and some have tried, and I feel like Game Pass in the background has kind of continued to still be the closest thing to that working. You know, not to mention that you get it on both platforms.
Yeah, that's actually
the wildest part of it, is you get it on your computer as well. But yeah, Prey and everything that franchise is doing. Deathloop. What was Deathloop again? Oh, wait.
It's supposed to be a PS4 game?
That's
PS5
yeah. I remember the trailer for that now. Yeah, the one where it was kind of like 70s Jackie Brown colors. Right. Huh. Okay. That is all Xbone.
No, it's not the Xbone anymore, Wooly.
Excuse me.
It's the
X series, whatever.
It's the sex. It's the sex box.
The acquisition.
Oh my god, it is the sex box, isn't it?
The
The
acquisition
Series X.
was for $7.5 billion.
Is that a lot of money?
That's a lot of money.
I can't even tell when it comes to these companies.
It's a lot of money. Companies have been sold for not $1 billion.
It's true. Because Microsoft has a lot of money. If they wanted to, they could buy up half the industry.
Well, speaking of that, in the last 2 years, if you want to, there's a reminder of who they did buy. They got Obsidian, they got Compulsion, they got Double Fine, The Initiative, In Exile, Ninja Theory, Playground, and Undead Labs.
I feel like most of those companies haven't put out games recently, and I assume they're building stuff for the sex box.
Double Fine always has stuff out that I didn't know was them.
Double Fine loves to waste money too, so good
Double
on
Fine
Microsoft.
will there'll be a game that I've been hearing about forever, and I'll boot it up the first time and be like, "Wait, what?" And I'll see their logo on it. But yeah, they announced all that Psychonauts stuff though, so they're that's coming. Yeah. This is your turn of the generation regular
Acquisition period.
patterned acquisition. Totally.
I would love I am so excited to possibly play a fucking Elder Scrolls game that went through like Microsoft polishing processes. Like the period where they say it's good to ship and then Microsoft goes, no, it's not. Assuming that still happens.
If there was anyone out there that was perhaps planning on, anyone that cares about, let's say, like Doom, that was planning on dodging the XX, well, now that choice is kind of taken away from you.
Yeah, if you're on the console, yeah. Well, maybe not. Wait, hold on. Microsoft owns Obsidian, right? When did that happen?
It says within the last 2 years, but wasn't it further than that?
Okay, that was November 10th of 2018.
It was exactly 2 years ago.
Outer Worlds came out on the PlayStation 4 in June of 2020. So, actually, no. Those games could still come out on the PS4. They just might come with the Microsoft Studios logo in them.
Fuck that, by the way. Whenever that happens, it's one thing.
I'm sorry. It was June of 2019, I think.
Okay. Well then, let's just. That seems
hold on.
Beyond absurd. Like I talked about last week how I'm like, Doom 64 is already like
2019.
64 is just a number, but we're just gonna pretend we don't know what that number means. You know, when you boot this up on the wrong console, technically. But yeah, it's getting weird.
Todd Howard is apparently quoted as saying they'll still be releasing their games multi-platform.
Really? What?
What is the point of buying the company?
Why? What did you give them $7 billion for? No, wait. What?
Phil Spencer.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's insane. That's madness. That's a lie.
Phil Spencer tells Dina Bass that the Xbox plans to honor the PS5 exclusivity commitments for Deathloop and Ghostwire Tokyo.
Fine.
So,
yes.
Microsoft is going to publish some exclusive PS5 games.
Fine. Their logo will probably not be on it because those things were in progress already. But it's just those projects. It makes
Pete
no
Hines
fucking
talks
sense.
about how Bethesda will still be publishing their games, not Microsoft.
Okay.
Todd Howard also indicated that the developer will potentially continue to bring its games to other platforms too. Quote, we share a deep belief in the fundamental power of games, their ability to connect, blah, 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 and a belief that we should bring that to everyone, regardless of who you are, where you live, or what you play on.
I just
regardless
got hit.
of your, like, what is...
I just got hit with the weirdest feeling where I felt bad for Microsoft if they paid $7.5 billion and they didn't get exclusivity, which I don't like. But like I felt bad. Like, wait, no, why? What did you pay for?
So what they paid for is they want the profits off Elder Scrolls and Starfield and whatnot. But it's still like, I guess it seems to
What
be
is this? What is this
that
NTR
Microsoft-
acquisition?
that they think they can make more money
What is
off
this
of
Cuckquisition?
the margins on those games than they can over selling more Xboxes.
Perhaps the numbers actually work out in that favor, that they'll get paid enough on the maybe. But
so I want the ultimate nightmare, which is Xbox Game Pass coming to PS5. And you go into your PlayStation and you load up the Xbox app.
So, of all the companies that are super on board for that, of course Microsoft would be. They'd be very on board for having their store be anywhere at all times. You know, I think they've stated as such too. Didn't they actually have a statement where Phil Spencer came out like some time ago and said like we want to have it's the same time they talked about the whole shared platform information thing.
Mm-hmm.
Where there was a whole like we want to work with other competitors together, and there was a whole thing about that, you know. So we know they're on board for that ridiculous scenario that makes no sense, but yeah, that's so weird. But like no, I'm guessing it's exactly what you said. Like it's gonna be about the profits, and they'll make some stuff, but let's be real, like most of what they make and things that people care about are going to wind up being exclusive. This is the only way to make that money make sense.
I want Deathloop to have a Microsoft logo on its title screen because you can't play it on an Xbox. I want it to have an Xbox logo on the title screen on the game you can't play on an Xbox. Like, I want this to get as weird and as confusing as possible.
At the month before the game launches, they officially roll out a branding change that turns the Xbox publisher logo into a big ad for the console. It's a big picture of the X series and then like a baseball happening and a crowd cheering and then Forza and then a million other little things all happening and Xbox. Wow. Just get that in at the last second.
So weird.
With a website.
So baffling.
Xbox.com. Jump in. The all-in-one.
I eagerly await some... So, it's weird. I have suddenly turned around my opinion of my excitement towards Bethesda games. Bethesda developed games, that is. Because the last batch have been a fucking mess, right? But that has been a management issue. The dev team has been screaming up against technical and budget and time limitations that management just never gave them a single shit about. Now with new management, maybe we could see those games get good again. Wouldn't that be nice?
I mean, is there any sign that's going to happen, or they're just going to let shit go the way it is?
The fact that they're even talking about overhauling the engine is a big move.
Huh. Well,
You remember what they? You remember this? Yeah, maybe, or unless that's a lie, because they said that Fallout 76 had a big overhaul in the engine too.
now who's wishful thinking? It is you.
I'd like to play a good Bethesda game again.
You are the wishful thinker. Now it is your turn.
You know what? I'll find out whether or not to be depressed soon enough. So everyone, pay attention to how excited I am for the coming Bethesda games. I know nothing right now and am excited.
So, yeah, if this really is the open relationship that he says it is, then congratulations to God Howard. This was a God Howard move, and the Todd Coward move has been defeated. It goes one way or the other. This was a God Howard move.
I don't like Todd Howard.
Yeah, but would you leave Jaren to him?
No.
Yeah, you would.
No, what? No, I wouldn't. What do you mean? Yeah, you would. What?
Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity.
Boy, Nintendo sure is happy with Koei Tecmo, aren't they?
It's not a random mashup Hyrule Warriors expansion, which I swear to God I thought it was.
Yeah.
I thought they were announcing a late stage Hyrule Warriors DLC pack. Turns out it is a full Hyrule Warriors sequel game, but more importantly, it's not a sequel to Hyrule Warriors, even though it's called Hyrule Warriors. It's a sequel to Breath of the Wild.
Did everyone forget how to make names?
But Breath of the Wild 2 is also coming out, so this is a prequel to Breath of the Wild, but it is a full in-canon Breath of the Wild Hyrule Warriors game about before the fall, so we get to see everything and everybody, and Urbosa.
Mm-hmm.
We get to Urbosa.
It's just Halo Reach, Zelda.
Yes,
that's what the game is,
but with a complete genre switch.
Yeah, and
into an existing other genre that they already have a game for.
Like, what's really crazy about this game is that you saw the final mission of this game in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah. You know what's going to happen.
And it's going to be survive until Zelda casts the spell.
But now it's going to give you extra reasons to cry that you didn't know. Like, Mipha is going to show you her, like, family pictures.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something else. I thought you were gonna say that Mipha was gonna show you her fish parts or whatever, and that's why you have to cry, because she's dead now.
Everyone's gonna get to give you more context for sadness.
Oh, I'm laughing at this dude. Yeah, Mipha's gonna show you her egg pile and just leave you in a room, and you're gonna have to just you're just gonna have to egg it up, and then Link will wake up and in Breath of the Wild 2, you can find the mummified egg pile.
Nope. You're gonna elaborate on egg it up. You're gonna break that term down and define it.
What, did I even say that?
Egg it up. What? Define egging it up.
He's got to inseminate the egg pile.
This is egging it up.
Yeah.
How does that work?
Well, it's how fish does it. They dump the eggs on the floor, and then you dump your goo on the eggs. That's how nature works. Read a book about fish one day. That's what's up with the Zoras.
See, but how do you know that Link won't get fused into Mipha's thigh? Slowly.
What?
Until all of Link is
oh,
gone.
Yeah. Until Link is just like a hat coming out the side of her head.
It's usually until the balls are hanging out.
You don't know that.
That's what it is. The fish gets complete. Yeah. You get dissolved entirely until the balls are hanging out.
Yeah, until you're just balls. Yeah.
And then it can use the balls to make its eggs. And
so,
you know.
So the question is, egg it up or scrote it down? Is that what?
I mean, it's not even vor at that point because it's just you're fusing
because it's through the side.
It's through the side. You're fusing in through the side until there's just the balls hanging out with a little hat on them.
It's like yeah.
Egg it up.
Egg it up.
So yeah, Hyrule Warriors.
Yeah, Calamity. It looks cool.
You're gonna get to play as all of them, and I want move lists.
Yeah. Hyrule Warriors was a good game.
It was.
Hopefully Hyrule Warriors is a good game.
But like I say this every time, and I realize that it's been so long in this franchise that it's a thing that I have an issue with that is never going to be changed, because if they changed it, then it would cease to be a Warriors game, a Muso game. But it's the big worthless crowds. Like the spectacle of hitting 1 million people in a wave back is the whole point, and they have to kind of be useless in order for that to work.
Yeah, that's literally the whole game. Like, that's like saying I'm so sick of all these guns in this shooter.
I know. It's the whole point. I realize that. But
it's just a character action game.
No, it's not even that. I have no problem with the actions that the player character can do. Your moveset is there. You can do a lot of things. I have no issue with that. I have an issue with the fact that the crowd is not real. They just kind of stand there a lot of the time.
So what do you want them to do?
I guess be more active.
Well, then you'd fucking die in like 1 second.
You probably would, wouldn't you?
Like you would die instantly. Do you? So what I feel. Okay, wait. What I feel like you're trying to get across is you would prefer, like, because there are those, like, I wouldn't call them mini bosses, but those.
Yeah, though you have to fight them. You have to pay attention.
What are those?
They're leader, commanders, or whatever, generals.
Yeah. Just more of those, but also less total enemies and something in between total fodder and that.
A little bit. I mean, Legendary Dark Knight is kind of batshit at moments. There's some
Legendary
rooms...
Dark Knight changes the whole balance of the game.
Yeah,
changes to be everything.
There's some rooms you walk into where you're just like, fuck this whole thing. Like, okay, we're just going to sit here for 10 minutes in crowd control. That's not what I'm necessarily saying. But yeah, something in between raw fodder numbers and like real people you got to fight, you know? But I realize like I said at the outset, what I'm saying is the antithesis of the entire franchise. The whole point is to have your Sauron moment where you knock a bunch of people into a crowd and they go wow like a wave. So, but 1 million troops, exactly. 1 million troops is the point. And
how will you feel powerful if you don't kill 1 million troops?
The things you do are pretty powerful and over the top.
How would you feel powerful unless you see 1 million troops?
Summoning the Majora's Mask moon to crush everything in front of you is pretty powerful, regardless of who's getting hit by it.
If it only kills 20 guys? That doesn't feel as good as if it kills 1 million troops.
Yeah, 20 guys that are strong. 20 guys are strong. I'll take that over 1 million.
Damn it! I've tainted my own brain with my own term that I made and forgot about.
You're also not dragging troops long enough.
Oh, is troops? Was it
Troops? 1 million troops.
Because I'm just thinking, I just had this thought, which was, what if the egg pile was too big for Link?
Oh, okay.
And then he turns and says,
Previous bit.
And goes, I'm just one man. I need 1 million troops to egg it up. That's his first spoken words.
Egg it up, Muso. You won't believe how many eggs we can display.
A fucking spit off of Galgun? What is it?
And as you hit the eggs, they go flying back like in giant waves. Just like the moblins.
This is a stupid bit. Oh man.
Own it.
No, that's Eli's fault for sure. I bet.
He had nothing to do with that.
He's the first person to ever mention fish eggs in this context to me. So, yeah, okay, it's my fault.
Just find the screenshot where Miph is fighting, and there's just a couple of balls just hanging off her thigh. You know it's late game. You know it's late game if you see them.
Dude, now you're making it gross.
Oh, too far. I'm sorry.
Now it's gross. Come on. Have some class. Young fishwoman goes behind the door, emerges, and there just happens to be a big pile of eggs.
I see. So they'd be covered up then. There'd be a little
classy
pouch, a little pouch, or maybe some like Dudley Do-Right pants.
We're not doing a fucking interspecies egg laying fucking scenario here. Which was an episode.
Do not pursue the eggs.
Oh no!
Hey!
Dumpy has entered the battle.
It seems like Breath of the Wild is going to be a full-on like trilogy game.
Yeah, I guess, right?
Zelda's just kind of stopping right here for now and hitting the brakes.
It was a very popular game.
As far as Laura's concerned.
Yeah.
Then people were attributing this to Bring Me to Life, but I don't know. I feel like long before me, many people wanted some battle puppers, and they got their battle woofers finally in Monster Hunter Rise. I'm just the latest voice that came in with fresh eyes to the series and went, "Hey, why can't I get a little woofer?"
Mm-hmm.
And then they're like, "Yeah, we've been wondering that for a long time." But now on the new Switch game, there's going to be, not only will you have your dogger, but you can ride it, and you can have two.
What a great. So this is Monster Hunter Rise. This is the Monster Hunter World spin-off game, I guess I would call it, that's on the Switch, that is transplanting all the world goodness into a game made for the Switch. And it's like, what a good decision to take the part where you ride random crappy animals in battle and turn that into... But what if it was a cool dog, and then the dog also hung out with you?
It's the thing I wanted the most.
It also changes the way the balance of the game is, because so you'll have your dog and your cat, or two dogs or two cats. And in multiplayer, it was always like, well, if you had a team of 4, there'd be no dogs or cats. But now they're going to have you be able to bring one in. So it's going to be a little party of 8.
Also, riding your dog replaces your own sprint, right? So mobility goes up. So there's a whole other...
No. That's probably just gonna be the same as the tracking feature that's already in World.
But you don't think boss fights are going to be really different with the ability to jump on
You are
something?
not going to be riding. You're not going to be riding that thing in a fight. You're going to be riding it to the.
Oh,
fight.
really? Oh,
yeah. Because you probably in World you unlock that feature. Like that. That is. Oh wait, people are saying you can control it. I didn't see.
I mean, did the trailer show that off?
It did not.
Because I thought you just ride it whenever the fuck you want. And you do what you want with your crew.
Huh, you can manually control it, but it is for out of combat. Okay. You know what I bet? Because the current implementation in World is the instant you attack, your character jumps off. I imagine it will be like that.
So what is it in World right now?
World right now is you do a whistle, and then a dog-sized support animal shows up, and you get on it, and it will run towards the monster that you have tracked automatically. And so while you're doing that, you can eat any of your items. You can sharpen your weapon, and you can do a jumping.
It's a taxi, and you can do things while you're riding the taxi.
All right, I just have a link. Thank you, Joe, who pointed out that you can, in fact, control where they go, but they are still for out of combat.
Oh.
Because the dog will fight by themselves when they're in combat. They have knives in their mouth.
Yeah, they'll fight in the battle, but you can't ride them in battle. Oh, okay. Well, that's a slight damper on my expectation. I thought it was a full-on thing. But it's still really cool that they're in battle with you. I like that. And I like that they can fight.
I hope they're able to actually do damage, because the fucking cats never did shit for damage.
I hope that, like, you can make them have different functions and, you know, kit them out individually to make them, like, serve unique purposes.
I think that's probably going to be more for the cat, because the cat is now just straight up the support one. I think that the way they say that the dogs are for fighting is that they're going to have the dogs have, like, probably different weapons. I want to put a great sword in a dog's mouth.
How many games do mounted combat, like, in depth?
In general? Well, some of those Muso games have characters on horses.
That's true. That's true. There are mounted combat characters in... Griffith has a fucking mounted combat form.
Astral Chain has that dog weapon.
Yep, you can fight mounted.
I'm sure Mount and Blade.
Mount and Blade. Yep, Donkey Kong Country. That's true. Yep.
Any game that you play as a centaur, unless that doesn't count. Does being a centaur count as being a mounted fighter?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Because half the fun is jumping off when you want to mix it up.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, technically V is mounted.
Really?
That
Oh
counts.
yeah. I guess it does.
Mm-hmm. I think mounted combat is cool, and I don't think we see it super duper often. A lot of the recent games have been, jumping off the horse to do your attack. That's Tsushima, for example. But yeah, it would have been fun to fight mounted in Monster Hunter. It would have changed things up pretty drastically.
That would probably, I would say that would probably do better as its own new weapon.
Oh,
right.
Balance it like that.
Because I'm just thinking, like, if you could
mobility,
have dog's movement but also use like a bow and arrow, like that would probably bust it.
Yeah, I see. That makes sense. Because like, isn't the what is it called? The thing that makes you animate through the air.
Insectglaive.
Yeah, like weapons that add mobility are balanced for that, right?
So that's where it actually gets weird, because the dog thing is cool, but the other thing they're adding is a wire bug, which is a jump button.
And also, isn't it a fucking zip? Like
it's also a wall run and a grappling hook. And,
what's Freedom Wars, right?
Yeah, that thing.
The grappling, the zip. It's not a grappling hook. It's a zip line.
Like the footage of your character, like kind of like running straight up a cliff, is the weirdest thing. Like, movement in this game is very quick, fast.
The trailer showed a lot of climbing gameplay too, like traversal,
like really fast.
So traversal is going to be a big part of this, it seems. Yeah.
I want to say that this is a test game for
some new shit.
The new shit that we'll see in World. Because, like, you see the environment, like, when they're jumping around, the environment doesn't look anything like World's environments. It doesn't look anything like the other ones before, but, like, it's very hilly. There's lots of places that you would ostensibly need to climb.
Now, with the turn of the generation, and this being the same company as DMCSE, don't you think it's likely that we'd see a next-gen Monster Hunter before we saw another update to World?
Oh, when I say more stuff for World, I mean World 2 or whatever they would call it.
Yeah, okay.
Because this is getting announced like a week before. I think it's a week, but before the final update for World, and they've literally said like, "This is it, it's done." Mm-hmm. So yeah, dog, crazy environmental travel, which looks different. A jump button. I mean, new monsters is par for the course. Though that bird wyvern that is actually multiple monsters looks really cool. The one that's like one big bird wyvern and two smaller ones, and they all attack at once.
Mm-hmm.
That looks super radical.
Now, this is a Switch game. Can you go in with the same number of people?
Oh,
and your buddies as well online. Okay, all right. So
yeah. Monster Hunter games comes in parties of 4 every time.
And now 4 plus
animal of choice.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a couple other little details in this trailer that are kind of a bigger deal for like old timey people. There's moves that I don't recognize, which look like they might be like generations like style power moves, where you like I don't know if you ever saw any of those, but those are ridiculous. They're like super moves that left with World.
Can't say I
there
have. The craziest super I've seen was Amplified Elemental Discharge.
Yeah. There is a bug monster called Nursilla in there, which is basically a big spider. And it's one of the ones that they said they would be unlikely to get to world because it has a unique skeleton. Which if we're on to the point where we're adding monsters with unique skeletons, that means that some of the real weirdos could come back. Like, I'm sure you actually saw the fucking God, what's it called? The queen insect, the queen Celtis that like latches on to the baby Celtis and becomes like a robot.
Oh yes, with the gat tie. Yes, yeah. I did see that.
That's one of those ones that it's like, they were like, don't expect it. It has a totally unique skeleton that is not applicable to anything but itself. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So seeing Nursilla gives a lot of hope. And the most interesting thing about this from a dev perspective is that this is on a new engine. This is on the Resident Evil engine. Not the Monster Hunter World engine.
Mm-hmm.
Because that engine is terrible.
Is this the first use of the RE engine on Switch?
I want to say yes. Because
we haven't seen it running on Switch before, I don't think.
The version of RE7 on Switch is actually a cloud game. If you remember that. It was a Japan-only cloud game.
Weird.
So the RE engine has, I don't know how much experience you have with it outside of DMC5, but
None.
It runs
just
really
DMC5.
well.
Yeah.
It runs really, really, really well. It scales really well.
Oh, and I played the RE7 demo, but yeah.
And you played RE2. Yeah, okay. So it's a good engine. It's very solid. It's very easy to work with, and it performs well.
Mm.
The World engine sucks, dude. It's terrible. So I hope to shit that World 2 or whatever the fuck the next one, the next gen one it keeps on this engine, which I imagine it would, and runs better, because that would be nice. Are you motherfuckers really telling me that the RE engine stands for Reach for the Moon engine? Is that why it's a moon?
Hey.
That is stupid as fuck.
Yeah. Well, first of all, anything that is just the first two letters of a word that's treated as an acronym is fucking dumb, and that needs to stop.
Oh my god, that's terrible.
It's the worst. But second, I'm happy to be move on from the MT Framework engine, considering the namesake never came to be.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
It was named after Mega Man Legends. We never got Mega Man Legends. Fucking move on. That sucks.
I think this game looks super good. If you want, Wooly, I would gladly hop in some matches with you if you ever plan on streaming it.
I'm definitely curious about them doggos, and I'm curious as to whether or not I will be able to online set up a I don't know, some kind of like looking for group filter by pet.
What?
Just to see who else is got a sweet pupper with them.
So you won't be able to do that because you'll be able to change your dog or cat in the match.
Oh, I suppose that's true.
So you could filter it by dogs only, but then they could just change to cats under your nose.
They could. And yeah. And they could do that on purpose too if they're like, we know you filtered it.
So you want to hear a fun fact? Monster Hunter World was originally going to use the Phanta Ray engine.
Panta Ray? Yeah.
Panta Ray.
And then
that didn't happen because that engine was apparently a disaster. Wasn't that Ono's baby?
It was.
Yeah. And then they had to jury rig some bullshit with a bunch of people who don't know how to work on next gen systems, which is why that, and it's probably why that World Engine sucks ass, because it was put together by a bunch of people who were doing their best, but weren't engine creators. So now that they're going to be using, I hope Capcom just uses the RE engine for literally every game they use.
I imagine Street Fighter 6 will be using the RE engine. Yes.
I imagine that also.
Yes. It's a very reasonable assumption.
I say that is a reasonable assumption that Street Fighter 6 would use the RE engine.
Yep.
So Monster Hunter Rise looks super cool. I hope this jumping stuff is not a one-off mechanic. Because there have been Monster Hunter games that have had like goofy one-off mechanics that have not come back. This stuff looks really good.
Last time they gave Spencer a jump button, he never got it back.
Yeah, because he died. It is interesting because so you didn't play GU or Generations, right? You started with World.
Nope. World only.
So in Generations Ultimate, they had a system called Styles, where you had like you had a style where you could just straight up jump, called aerial style. You had a style which gave you a perfect dodge that would have a counter. You had a default style which was normal, but it had lots of super moves, etc. Right? And when World came out, those styles were gone, but some of the moves from them got incorporated. Right? So it was like we had 100 moves and we pared them down to 10, but we integrated them into a generalized moveset. This is just aerial style. The Rise stuff. It is just the aerial style. Turned into like a in-depth thing and integrated the moveset. So hey, maybe we'll get perfect dodges back. That'd be they were broken. You can't bring those back, but something. Oh no, wait, the longsword. You never played longsword, huh?
I played big fucking Guts Blade.
Okay, because longsword has a couple moves that just make it you 100% invincible, and require the enemy to hit you during your invincibility to trigger like counters.
Oh well, Charge Blade has some stances that have moments like that too. Yeah. So I got a feeling for that with Charge Blade.
It's goofy, man. You ever see footage of Monster Hunter 1 or 2?
No.
It's bad. It's bad. It's like weapons have 2 moves.
If what we're watching is just a really gradual, like, passing of the old content through the world filter, that's cool. That'll keep them alive for a while. That's a lot of shit.
Well, actually, there's more new stuff in this trailer than there is old stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Almost every monster they showed was brand new. The only one that you see that I recognize being old is Arzuros the bear, but he's not even given a title card. He just fights somebody in a cutscene.
Every time a monster shows up, I just assume this is an old legacy monster coming back. I assume it 100% of the time.
Okay, so every monster that gets a title card in that trailer is brand new.
Okay.
The presentation had one of the weirdest things I've seen in like a thing where they said, "Listen, guys, the flagship is called Megalomano or whatever, but we can't show you the whole monster just yet. It's a secret." And then like 5 minutes later, they're like, "Here's the amiibo," and it was the amiibo of the monster.
Yeah.
In its totality, and it was like,
there it is.
Oh, there it is. I could see it. It's right there.
It's kind of crazy getting to recognize the Monster Hunter theme through Teppen. more than anything. Like that's the place that the music.
Weird. Oh yeah, because it doesn't play that often in World.
It doesn't, but every time you fight fucking Wrath or Nurg, it plays. So that's where I'm used to hearing it. So then when I hear the real version of it, it's like, oh fuck, yeah, right, that.
Okay, hey Wolves. You were right. The dogs will have abilities because I went through the trailer, and there's a dog that has what looks like a club with blades on it in its mouth, and it slams it down into an open shielded umbrella.
Yeah, the umbrella comes out.
Yeah.
Sick. Now what's this about
Dude.
Amaterasu?
Well, I mean that'll be the first event quest probably, right? Also, there are totally new moves because there's one where somebody like swings around. What the fuck weapon is that even? Is that? There might be a new weapon in this trailer.
Hey, did you play Monster Hunter Stories?
No.
Because I was not really paying attention to it, as you'd imagine. But like at the end of the direct, they kind of played some footage and stuff, and I was like, "Oh wow, this game's very pretty."
Yeah, Monster Hunter Stories is a pretty game for sure. And Monster Hunter Stories 2. So that first game was kind of a massive failure. But now that Westerners know about Monster Hunter, maybe people will care about this one.
I care about the Palamutes.
Palamutes. Are you familiar with? So that's their like what do you call it? So it's Palamute and Palicos.
Yeah, Palico is the job and feline is the race, right?
Yeah, and the race of the dogs is canine with a Y.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Same as feline with a Y. Oh man, I hope they're.
Is it?
They showed up.
Is it mutt? Is it Palamut?
Well, it's MUTE.
Yeah, so it's mute.
But it's probably pronounced Palamut.
Now, why would they do that?
It's because Japan.
Besides, like, mutt's kind of insulting.
Nah, dogs are nice. Mutts. I hope there are different dog types that, like, different shape of dog, because I want to ride a bulldog-looking dog.
That would be
for
cool.
obvious reasons.
I think so.
Just a big, tanky, wrinkly boy.
I need to be able to go out into the battlefield with Amaterasu on my left and John Tailbane on my right.
Standing straight up.
This is how it go. Nunchucks and all. Yeah. Fucking Basil Geese ain't ready for that shit. Just God paintbrush. Fuck you.
It's also coming out like really soon. Like March. Like bam.
March 26th. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
And they announced it in English, which means that's actually March 26th. I'm so glad those games are coming out at the same time now, dude. It used to be like a year off or more.
Cool.
It would feel bad.
Something new to stick on my Switch.
Or maybe your Switch HD.
Whatever the new SKU is. No, I think I'm going to probably put it on my existing Switch. Thank you.
What if the Switch HD has an Ethernet port?
Just release. No. Okay. Here's why everything can fuck off. Okay? If that is actually what happens, just release a new dock, you pieces of shit.
Yeah.
It's a piece of fucking plastic It's super duper not that, like, it's not that fancy. Just release a piece of plastic to replace my dock.
Yeah. It would be nice.
All right. Well, there's 5 minutes of Demon Souls, and in it, the lighting is fucking different.
Yeah, that
The side by side is like, whoa, this is going way in a completely different direction from the, like, it's a remake, but like they're changing some of this shit like almost entirely on its head. It's gorgeous, and I think they're just leaning into like reimagining it more than remaking it.
So I want to give props to Blue Point. This might be my favorite trailer ever, the Demon Souls trailer.
Huh.
There is no bullshit in this trailer at all. It shows you about a minute of little flavor, and then cuts to 3 minutes of gameplay, and then another little trailer at the end.
Mm-hmm.
The backstab. I'm watching it now. The backstab
That's
animation.
That's how you sell. That's how you sell this game in particular to people who like these games. Is you just put some gameplay in and you fuck off with everything else. Yeah.
This I would say is like the next. This is what next gen looks like. There's always the game that's always like, oh man, this is the first time that I'm going like, wow, and a lot of it's due to the animation. I have a stupid worry for this game. This game looks smooth and well put together and not janky at all. Unlike From Software games.
Mm-hmm.
And part of me is
you think they might overpolish?
I think it might be overpolished.
Oh no.
And then the next From Software game comes out
and it goes back to the jank. Oh no. Blue Point ruins it. They went too hard.
And you're going to be like, but why don't it look like Demon Souls?
I mean, already, like, again, if Blue Point is being given the green light to, like, make changes, as it were, yeah, like, they're setting a bar for every Souls game from this point forward.
I also want to say that
they're setting a bar for Elden fucking Ring.
Sure are.
This.
I will say this is a very this is a perfect game to show off because you watch in the thing, the load times are instantaneous, like there are no load times. I'm hoping that's real and that's not trailer fuckery.
Yeah.
But let's assume it's real. Boy, you played through Demon Souls. What a great game to use to show off faster loading times.
Yeah.
Because holy shit, that game has 1 million loading times. You're constantly teleporting to new locations and you have to endure a load. It sucks.
I gotta say too that this trailer also makes me kind of really want to experience HUD-less gameplay.
Yeah.
Like the feeling of like this, like it makes it look really fucking sick just doing all of this clean with no HUD.
I don't think you'll get HUD-less gameplay, but you'll probably have the HUD that they've been doing lately, which is if you're not taking damage or almost out of stamina, there won't be any HUD.
Or just the option to turn it off, Like,
that would be very dangerous in a boss fight.
Yes, it would. Option to turn it off and maybe fade out when nothing's happening. Yeah. No, really, really cool. And then the other thing is, would you have in a fucking million years imagined there would have been a reveal, an announcement, and gameplay, and then in your hands, a Souls game before we got more Elden Ring.
I would not.
This game will exist and be done before we get more Elden Ring.
I will probably beat this on stream before a new trailer for Elden Ring comes out.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, what is...
That's super crazy to me.
You know what else is super crazy? You know how we know people in the industry and occasionally you'll hear things? I have literally not heard one thing about Elden Ring from anyone.
No whispers.
Which is worrying. Which is like genuinely pretty worrying.
Not even, as my grandmother would say, she'd flick her teeth. Yeah, well, you're gonna get some hot shit, is what you're gonna get. Fucking incredible looking trailer, incredible looking job by Blue Point. That 3 minutes or so is pretty much everything people wanted to see.
I wonder if it's gonna play any different.
I mean, I was looking at the, you know, like the parry and then like, you know, the backstab things. Like it still locks in, but it's
still takes the same amount of time.
Yes, but it's happening much smoother. So it really might be a weird thing to go back to a jankless version of this, or a janked up version of this.
I mean, like, are they gonna change? Like, are they gonna change like the way weapon scaling works, or you know, because
numbers?
Like, there are parts of Demon Souls that are massively fucked up. Like how it's almost impossible to get like certain upgrade materials, or the tendency system.
Changing things for the visual and or making changes for the like, I guess for the way levels are kind of like revealed to you is one thing. I imagine Blue Point is probably scared to go too crazy on the numbers, because that would make a lot of old heads really upset if you fuck with.
I don't know. I'd like the ability to get a pure Bladestone. Like, well, what about just quality of life improvements?
Quality of life, yes. Things that were stupid because they were impossible, drop rates and shenanigans and anything that was busted by its age, yes. Returning the broken area, fucking what was it called? The you know that the zone that had to be fucking cut content?
Yeah, the Giants area.
Yes. Returning that into the game as well. Probably making it completely feel different from the rest of the game, most assuredly. Yes, all of that I can see. But actually attempting a rebalance deep down with like everything.
People are saying you could see it in the trailer that the Archstone is still broken.
Oh.
Okay.
That feels like the most obvious piece of content that you'd add into the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then again, that piece of content became stuff in later games.
Well,
like every piece of content that ever got cut showed up in a later game as a remixed area.
What was the problem with equip load again?
Sucked ass.
I don't remember how it worked.
It also didn't show you what percentage you were at, so you had to manually eyeball it.
Test roll.
So just putting a percentage number on the screen would do a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it all came to like that was a big single stream or multiple streams.
You might be thinking of item load,
item weight,
which went away after Demon Souls.
Yeah, that's what the fuck are you doing? Item weight? No, no, you need infinite pockets. Yes, that's crazy. That's insane. That's yeah. So no, I can see quality of life to touch those things. But rejiggering the numbers too much on everything is getting into a slippery slope that would probably upset some people, you know. And the last thing you want is an HD remix kind of reception.
Listen, I trust Blue Point a lot more than fucking Serlin.
I think the attempts.
Wait a second. I'm an old Demon Souls head. Fuck those people. Make some parts of it better.
It's one of those groups though that you realize like you will never gracefully exit that Twitter thread. It will keep going indefinitely with more.
Who cares? Fuck them.
All right. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Quality.
Take out World Tendency. I don't like it. Take it out. Nobody liked it. If you liked it, you were lying.
Should Old Monk be exactly the same?
Yes. Oh man, Old Monk with like reliable internet. I almost never ended up fighting the real Old Monk. I almost always ended up fighting the generic AI one. And I only got to play as Old Monk once. It's a bummer.
Okay. So Toby Fox made a post. Really candid, actually. Strangely, just legit blog post about Deltarune Chapter 2.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, basically just kind of throwed some screenshots up. Got to see a couple of, shots of the party wearing nurses' outfits. And more or less explained that Deltarune is in progress and that what you got at the time was all that he had, and that to make more, it takes a lot of time. And he suspects that he's going to need staff to help him make the rest of it. It's a very big job for just him and Temmie and like 2 or 3 other people. So if you've got a resume and you're good at making games and you're good at bullet patterns, then
hit me up.
Say hi. But yeah, it did just pretty much confirm that like what you got in that Deltarune sort of test chapter announcement was just sort of like, I'm gonna figure it out once this is out. And
did you see the
like
alarm clock dialogue?
Of the 3 screenshots I saw.
Yeah.
No, which one?
Okay, so along this, there was also an Undertale concert, and there was also like a bunch of Undertale stuff that he talked about.
Yeah.
One of which was plans that happened for a Undertale alarm clock that had fallen through, with a bunch of dialogue from the characters.
Wow.
And a lot of it is really weird, but the number one is Undyne talking about fucking Sans doing the Fortnite dance at her, and then Alpha's telling him to stop being cringe.
Yes, I did see a screenshot of that. I didn't know what it was. But
So that is canon. That is real.
So wait, the alarm clock has a screen on it?
I guess so.
Because I'm like, they don't have voices, so...
So Sans doing the Fortnite is canon.
Well, the product didn't come out, though.
Yeah, well, he put all the dialogue up on the website officially, so it's new canon. Does that mean that Sans and Thor are on the battle bus together with Palpatine? Oh, I hate it!
Well,
I hate it.
They already were. Like, you act like Thor and Palpatine are not part of the same thing. That's not even a stretch. It is what it is. More importantly, what is what the fuck kind of alarm clock is this? I'm like, what are you?
Hold on, I'll go find it. Undertale alarm clock. 5th anniversary alarm clock winter dialogue. It was originally intended to debut in the Undertale alarm clock, an app that would have served as the vehicle for various humorous monologues from the characters. Development on the app was halted due to various circumstances, including asking the app developer to help with Deltarune instead.
Damn. Toby needs help. Cool. So that's going along, and it's ready whenever it's ready, I suppose, is the...
Yeah, I wouldn't even think... I would try not to even think about that game if you're really excited about it, because that, like... We're in the part of the indie process where they just ask for more staff. Doesn't that make it seem like it's far away?
It does, but he has a different method of development from most. He just kind of makes it. Like, he was talking about maybe we should not use RPG Maker or whatever, or Game Maker rather.
Yeah, maybe, dude.
And then it's like,
maybe.
No, we went back to it.
Really?
You know, yeah.
Oh.
So
Okay.
it's like, you know, this incredible fucking massive thing is just like, yeah, you know, whatever, it works. Game Maker, it's doing its job. This might be a little bit weird, but hey, we should take another word from our sponsors because it's working again.
Hey, let's do that.
All right. This week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by Raycon.
Hey, Raycon. Glad to have you back.
There you go. You already know the deal. Wireless earbuds, half the price of premium earbuds on the market, sounding just as amazing. You don't gotta worry about breaking your bank just to get some wireless earbuds. And if you're not already doing it, you need to get wires out of your life. Everywhere wires exist, you should be eyeballing that shit and going, how the fuck can I get rid of these wires?
I'm looking at some wires right now, and
I'm looking at some wires right now, you know, and I'm giving them the stink eye. I'm like, you know, you're here for now. You should be grateful that you're here for now, because we're getting rid of wires. It's the first thing that's gonna fucking go when the revolution comes. But no, there's other things that are gonna go.
No, there are other things.
But wires
will be on the list somewhere.
Wires suck, and they're gonna be on that list. So what we need to do is embrace a future without wires, and what better way? You need to get into some wireless earbuds. Everyday E25 earbuds. Best yet, 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass, compact design, noise isolates. It does everything you're looking for. A comfortable pair of wireless headphones. Also, perfect for your podcast listening or your conference calls, whatever you need to do. I know that they're comfy enough that Punch Mom wears them to sleep as she dozes off listening to whatever, you know, and they stay in place, and she's able to, you know, comfortably get some rest. So they're good for the long haul. Sturdy. And right now, you can get the latest and greatest from Raycon. You can get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/superbeast. That's buyraycon.com/superbeast for 15% off Raycon wireless earbuds. buyraycon.com/superbeast. Support the show, get some good earbuds, and yeah. Thanks, Raycon.
Thank you, Raycon.
We're also sponsored this week by Manscaped, and it's what it is. It's just what it is. This life is not one where you can afford to walk around and ignore the state of your genitals.
You can't do it.
it would be nice if you could. It would be nice if the state of affairs happening under your trousers was not something that needed your constant attention. But that's not the world we live in. We live in a reality where your balls get hairy and uncomfortable and they start smelling and they just need to be absolutely cared for. If you are not doing so with regular fashion, someone is not telling you the truth about your situation. This is where Manscaped, of course, will step in, because you can trim, you can apply, you can wash, you can make things smell good. You can do all
instead of the other way.
Grooming. Instead of the other way. Instead of returning to monkey, we can rise above by trimming.
But we're primates, man.
We are, but we can be primates that feel good about the way we walk around. We can be comfortable primates. There's nothing wrong with, feeling comfortable while also embracing a return to what nature is. You can be comfortable in nature.
I bet if a monkey could shave its entire body, it would.
You see how buff and jacked they look when you shave a monkey?
Yeah.
They look
What?
Monkeys without hair?
Wait,
Dude,
what do you mean when I shave a monkey?
if you see a picture of a monkey shaved, you're going to see some intimidating shit. They're super buff. They're jacked, man. They're diesel. Diesel monkeys intimidating everybody is a real thing.
Am I on the same podcast?
The point is this. Returning to monkey is rejecting modernity. But there's no reason you cannot embrace the ideology while also not embracing comfort and the modern things that technology can provide. This might sound hypocritical, but I assure you it's not. I'm trying to tell you to shave your balls, folks.
Okay.
I'm trying to tell you to shave your balls, and I'm trying to tell you that Manscaped has an engineering team that is working round the clock to design the greatest ball trimmers you've ever had the pleasure of feeling. The Lawnmower 3.0. Waterproof, LED light, skin-safe technology, no nicks and cuts. It's delicate because your balls are delicate, and you're delicate, and you need to not have the raw aggression of some other shitty razor that might leave your shit bleeding and worse. You want to make sure you can travel with it.
Don't like my genitals to bleed.
Don't bleed. Use the Lawnmower 3.0. And then you can put it in the perfect package kit where you've got a perfect travel bag. It's a very nice travel bag. It's real clean. You got anti-chafing boxer briefs that I'm wearing right now. No chafe. I'm testing the chafe. There's no chafe whatsoever. Feels good. So there's your proof. In the pudding. Or not in the pudding, for that matter. Hey, you got all of that, and you get to the satisfaction of a clean, smooth, enjoyable situation in your pants. I'm telling you, anyone who has access to your junk will thank you. Whether that be yourself or others, everyone will be grateful. All right, look.
Everyone.
It's just, the point is shave your balls and do it with 20% off.
Your doctor will thank you.
Everyone will thank you. You know when you got to turn your head and cough?
They'll be like, this is smooth.
You might get a compliment. Who doesn't like a
don't want a compliment in
Well,
that scenario.
I'll tell you one thing. Dudes tend to remember compliments and
That's
store
true.
them in little treasure boxes in our hearts from
That
20
is
years
accurate.
ago.
That's correct.
We never let compliments go because they almost never happen. So
It's
if you
true.
get one while you're coughing, you're going to remember it. Shave your balls and do so with a good product that supports the podcast and supports your comfort. Get 20% off and free shipping. Go to manscaped.com. Use the code SUPERBEAST. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com with code SUPERBEAST. You got to use the right tools for the job if you don't want to suffer. And more importantly, if you want to live a nice, comfortable life, do it with Manscaped. Thanks, Manscaped.
Thank you, Manscaped.
Mm-hmm.
Every time you do the Manscaped ads, you just go on for multiple minutes about how everyone should shave their balls. I feel like that's less ad and more you personally yelling at everyone to shave their nuts.
Well,
You're like, stop it. Stop having hair on your genitals, creepos.
return to monkey everywhere else except for your balls.
Wait, what does that mean? We should be taking it off our balls and adding it to our body?
Reject modernity everywhere except for your junk, where you should embrace the future. An AT field of future tech happens around your dick while the rest of you returns to monkey.
And people asking, no, I don't shave my balls. I don't need to.
Well,
Ain't nothing down there.
they do need to.
No, they don't. I can tell you in good authority that they don't.
Well,
I'd be shaving a couple stray hairs. It's weird.
well, they need it, or they know someone that needs it. How about that?
Oh, yeah, no, there's definitely people out there.
So yeah.
But you got to be careful shaving your body, because then if the doctor gives you a compliment while giving you a prostate examination and you come on the floor, you got to shoot them with their gun.
Well, that's not great.
Did you hear about that?
But Florida would tell you otherwise.
Yeah, oh my god,
But
that's the
also
craziest
that
thing I've read in a
story,
while.
and it's so crazy that it's not real.
Oh.
Because upon reading that story, I immediately sourced it and dug, and it's some bullshit. So,
Well, it's up to us to make it real.
don't worry about that.
You ruined my day.
That's what we're here for. Listen, man, I'm just trying to shill some ball shavers. They know what it's about. They understand.
Your shilling is so intense on the ball shaving specifically that I feel like there's an ulterior motive.
Yeah, there is. It's to get them to shave them. It's very clear. It's also to make sure that it's interesting to listen to. Hey, did you have any feelings about the Village trailer?
Yeah, it looks good. I mean, that's pretty much it.
I got some questions, but I don't want to ask them until I
What?
actually get through 7.
Yeah, I mean, you can ask them.
Like, why is Chris
7?
shooting that? Why is Chris shooting that lady?
Oh,
I
that's
know
the question.
why.
That's the question.
I know why, but why? You know?
Because he's a bad man.
Well, that's the question.
Because me as a jerk.
I suppose.
Because they saw how the DMC4 trailer was really popular because it made Dante look like a bad guy, and they're trying to recreate that feeling.
I mean, even though you know what's up, the tone of 4 was still one where the first half of the game, Nero is super angry at Dante. Like, you spend that whole game really mad at him for a while.
Yeah.
It's not just trailer.
And then the Pope is like, hey, so I'm alive. I'm a demon.
So, you know. All right, well, you know, that they dropped one of those. And alongside that was the look at Miles Morales. So, seems like the Tinkerer is going to be the direction.
Dude, I have no idea who that is.
And it showed off a big old set PC, trailer fight on the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing electricity. He's using that charge to fuck people up, and it looks that's some Spider-Man.
What a good enemy faction to fight the guy with electricity powers, the one that are all using robotic technology.
It's almost as if the Spider-Man for this exact challenge has the right tools for the job.
Yeah, almost.
What is
the downside to Miles's powers compared to Peter?
He doesn't have the experience that Peter has.
Like, is he just a straight upgrade?
Yes, pretty much. There is none whatsoever. The downsides of Miles is he is young and has to learn. Oh. You mean besides the obvious?
That's not what I meant. That's not. Chat is being very bad. Bad chat.
What's the downside of? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, but seriously, like he's just the invisibility and electricity is for free. Like he doesn't have shittier spider sense. He doesn't have less strength or anything like that.
No, so it balances out. Every build has a number of points you can put into stats.
Mm-hmm.
Some builds have hidden points that you can't see where they went.
Mm-hmm.
Let's assume that Peter has a whole bunch of hidden points that we can't see.
That we can't see.
Yeah. You see, I think the South Park game, the Fractured Butthole, showed you a hint of where some of those points could go.
Okay, yeah.
Hey.
So they just while we were talking, they put up like the pre-order for like the PS4 version of this game and all that crap, but they also put out a statement saying that when you get the full game, like the Spider-Man plus the Miles Morales expansion, that your save file won't transfer over. And it's that's kind of a bummer.
And they also announced a full remaster of the original game, didn't they?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like your save file from the PS4 original will not transfer over to the PS5 version.
Okay. Yeah, the saves don't work. Yeah, okay. I mean it's cool that they're doing that, but also that's what are you gonna I mean, dude, there's shit that's like DLC campaign content that might not be, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Well, I assume the remaster is going to include actually like Game of the Year edition.
The DLCs, yeah.
Yeah. That's a reasonable way to play it. But yeah, it's it's coming to both though. So there will be a PS4 version of Miles Morales too.
Mm-hmm.
So you can go either way on it. That's right around the corner. It's gonna drop in November.
Hey, I forgot to ask you. What's the PS5 situation over at the Madden household?
So I heard the situation at the Boyven household, and did you get 3 emails from in your inbox telling you, hey, these might not be real?
No.
Oh, because some people got emails saying, hey, these pre-orders might not be real.
No, mine are real.
Oh, wow.
I had to cancel one, in fact.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I originally got one off Amazon.com, like the US one.
Mm-hmm.
And I then got 2 others, one from Amazon and one from The Source. Thanks, The Source. and I was like, oh well, now I have 3. I don't need 3. I'll see if anybody from from the U.S. wants the American one, and I'll just change the address,
The delivery for it, right?
and then they'll just PayPal me the difference, right? So I'm like, okay. So I asked around, and I was gonna send it to a guy out at Rooster Teeth, and then when I actually tried to change the address, Amazon.com started to go crazy.
Oh,
It does not like when Canadians with Canadian accounts buy American products to send to America with Canadian credit cards. Every time I would try and change it, it would go, "What are you doing? Stop that!" And it would break. And it was like, okay, it thinks I'm scamming. It thinks I stole somebody's credit card.
Right. Okay.
So I ended up getting one from Amazon.ca and one from the source. Now people are asking, Pat, why would you buy 3 PS5s? Because I need one on day one. And if I don't, if one of those falls through, I'll have the other. And if they both come in, I'll just go, Wooly, do you want the other one? And Wooly will probably go, yeah, sure.
Sounds good. Okay.
Because Wooly doesn't play this pre-order nightmare game that I do.
I don't do it. I've been hurt.
Yeah.
I've been hurt. I don't want to get hurt.
And if you didn't want it, I'd sell it to my pal Fuggins. And it's like problem solved.
I hate how the Canadian and US Amazon accounts are like they don't accumulate their data together. So when I go looking for order histories and things like that, like changing the flag on the store, like will fuck up something where like in some cases I expect a shipment from here, but it's not listed and blah. I've had many problems with switching back and forth between the stores. It sucks. It's not fun.
Hey, I have I would like to actually respond to a chat comment if that's all right with everyone. Nameless chat person says that baby needs shiny toy on day one. No, dumbass. It's guy needs his work equipment to go to work, moron. How am I supposed to stream the Demon Souls remaster on the first day if I don't have the fucking system? I'd have to steal somebody else's footage and pretend. And that'd be awkward.
Oh, you know what happens.
What happens?
Someone steals footage and pretends.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah. It nightmare is not even enough of an accurate word to describe it.
They really, I don't know if that counts as news, but like the way Sony handled that shit is like a joke. They put out
I saw a tweet where they said, "Hey, that wasn't great. Let's be honest." But I don't know.
Did you see
what
the
their
thing from
resolution
the day
was.
before?
No.
Okay, so what happened earlier was I think it was Jeff Keighley talking to their marketing man, and marketing man was asked by Jeff Keighley, "Hey man, so when are pre-orders going live? We're gonna know, right?" And then he said, "Oh, don't worry. We'll give you guys plenty of time before pre-orders go live." And as he was saying that with his mouth, pre-orders had already gone live at some retailers and sold out within 5 seconds. So people went to bed that night going,
Hearing
Sony will tell us.
Mm-hmm.
And at midnight, like Amazon went live, Walmart went live, everything sold out. And when people woke up, they were all gone.
There it is.
It's like, wow. Mm-hmm.
This is the game. This is what it is. Go fuck yourself. You thought.
And that's why they put out the thing.
Just clicking the button on a website and going, "Thank you, your pre-order is confirmed." And you go, "Ah." And then you get an email and you go, "There it is." And then later on, you click on that email and open it, and it just says, from Sony,
Nah.
nigga, you thought.
So that's the worst. That's the worst. So the source, I know I'm getting that because I already paid for it. Like they charge up front. And the Amazon one seems legit. I haven't gotten any emails that are like, no, dumbass. But everything about this sucks. Like the 3080s went on sale.
Yeah.
And I woke up at 8:30 to get that at 9, and the 3080 defies belief with how fucked up its pre-order system was, because it appears that no humans actually got a hold of them.
That was a story, so we might as well go right into it.
Yeah. Okay, let's go into it.
It's a tale in two parts. Step one is fuck this stupid 3080 bullshit. The only people that got them were scalpers, and everyone posted screenshots.
People using robots.
And everyone posted screenshots of numerous auctions where the video cards were on sale for no fewer than $12K.
Yeah.
Prices,
sorry, $1,200.
Prices shooting no. They were going into the thousands, dude.
Oh, yeah, they were going into the tens of thousands, but at first it was $1,200, which is the markup that they could get away with because the card above it would be $1,500, right?
Sure. But eventually,
and then later in the day,
it went into the 5 digits and kept climbing. So everyone's like, this is the most absurd scalp situation we've seen in a long time. It's always bad, but holy fuck, who are these people and how bad is it that they're actually willing to pay these amounts? And then we get the tweet where dude's like, yeah, so I was so mad that every single card got scalped before a human being could actually acquire them. So I then wrote a bot that would go to every auction and inflate the prices to a point where no one will buy them, thus defeating every single scalper auction. Because fuck
all the
scalpers.
scalper auctions are now worthless, which is great. I would like, somebody pointed out, I would like to give people some. There are some scalpers out there that are legit geniuses, and I can only respect this level of hustle. Did you see the people selling the PS5 and 3080 paper editions?
What?
They were selling PS5 pre-order paper edition, and if you read what the description actually was, it was a photo of a PlayStation 5.
Oh my god.
And it was actually described as, this will be a photo of a PlayStation 5.
How about your PlayStation 3 taped to your PlayStation 2?
That's good. I like that. That's good.
Yeah, you got to think outside the box.
So I asked around a lot. I talked on Twitter. I cannot find a single human being that was able to purchase them. They apparently were universally actually 100% bought by robots and scalpers.
Yeah,
like high demand and low supply always creates this, but everyone 100%.
The people that do have them, there are people that have them, but they're all people that were sent it directly from NVIDIA.
Mm-hmm.
There was
and apparently one guy in our chat. I spoke with multiple people who managed to get through the website and order them, only to be told 5 minutes later that their order didn't count. Which is great. It's the same thing you were talking about PS5, where it's like, yeah, I did it. No, it didn't count. It didn't count. Well, the actual experience of this was so frustrating, because just saying they all sold out is one thing, but actually trying to buy it and seeing what happened is another thing entirely. So what happened was that people would wake up at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, and at 8:59. You go to the NVIDIA website and say Newegg, right? And Amazon if you're in the States. And it says coming soon on the page, right? and then you refresh the page at 8:59 consistently, and at 8:59 and 59 seconds, the page loads in with the phrase "out of stock."
Yes.
And I can't find anyone who even saw the add to cart option. Like it just didn't happen. And I think bots were going through like WebZone APIs. It's WebZone. Website APIs.
Yeah.
Instead of even buying the card.
How do you fight bot scalpers with bot anti-scalpers?
Well, honestly, what you should be doing with stuff like this is what you do for stuff like hockey tickets. Is you have a phone number have to be associated with a real account that you confirm, and you then do it by lottery.
Right.
NVIDIA actually just put out a fucking response to this literally just now. What happened? 4 times the unique visitors to our website, 10 times the amount of peak web requests per second, more than 15 times the outclicks to partner pages. So they're just saying they tried to beef up their website, but it died.
Always.
And part of the reason why that is that what makes this worse, by the way, is that people who do fucking cryptocurrency crap were able to tell from reviews that this thing would kick ass for cryptocurrency. So we're dealing with that again.
The miners.
Yeah,
the miners came out. Oh god, yeah, okay. Well then that's a whole other group of people that are not even the fucking gaming crowd.
Yeah.
Oh,
so,
Jesus.
The demand was unprecedented. We underestimated it. Our 50 global retailers had inventory the day of launch. Our retail partners recorded record traffic, in many cases exceeding Black Friday. This caused crashes and delays, blah, blah, blah. We knew it would be popular, but no one expected that much traffic on the first day. That's a lie. That's a blatant lie that this happens every time. Maybe not these numbers, but considering the miners and the demand and all that, like, come on. What's the stocks? You know what would solve this? Just allow back orders with production timelines. Right?
You'll get one when we make it.
Well, allow me to buy one and have an estimated time of arrival on it.
Yeah. The problem with that is you cannot control the unreasonable people, and you cannot control when somebody decides, I've waited long enough, this has taken too long, I'm angry, give me my, and so on. Like if you do a back order, and you don't have an ETA, then are you really going to be comfortable just going like, hold my money for whenever?
Do a back order and put an ETA.
And then what if the person's like, oh shit, I got an opportunity to buy one secondhand from somebody?
That will be an insignificant factor on demand for things like this.
Because it seems like a good idea, but I feel like there might maybe that's the way. I don't know.
Why does availability always start with such low inventory? It's typical for blah 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 blah. What changes are you making on the store? As with many other retailers, the NVIDIA store was overrun with malicious bots and resellers. To combat this, we've made the following changes. We've moved NVIDIA Store to a dedicated environment with increased capacity and more bot protection. That won't work. We updated the code to be more efficient. We integrated CAPTCHA to the checkout. By the way, there's no CAPTCHA on these websites.
Oh, nice.
No shit. The bots can crush it so easily.
When they put out new cards, though, does this mean that there are no they put out their cards for sale, but there's no separate store shipments?
So the way that it works is NVIDIA sells the NVIDIA version of the card.
Yeah.
Right? Off their store. Mm-hmm. They will also, there's also all the third-party card manufacturers like Asus and EVGA.
Yep.
They sell on their own stores, but they also sell to third-party websites like Amazon, Newegg, and all the retail partners. And Nvidia will also sell their own cards to some retail partners. Like I think you might be able to get official Nvidia cards from like Best Buy or something.
Yeah, so then there is a stock that is not the site stock that will be on a truck somewhere.
Yeah, but everybody put up their pre-orders simultaneously, so they're all gone. Okay. All of them. The Nvidia can only change the stuff on their own personal store. It's up to everybody else's store. So Best Buy, like, they don't give a shit. They're not going to overhaul their whole fucking website just for this stupid bullcrap.
Yeah, it's one of a million products for sure.
Though Newegg, what the fuck, Newegg? Of any website I would expect to understand how video card demand works, it would be fucking Newegg. Right? That's all they sell. They sell PC parts for crazy people. Why did it go from notify me to out of stock? Because it was hit by a billion things. I saw individuals using bots and scripts celebrating the purchase of multiple GPUs. Did bots get all the available supply? No. Nvidia has canceled hundreds of orders manually before they were able to ship. 99% of it was totally got by bots. Will they have any preventative measures? Blah, blah, blah. And here's my favorite part. So they went out of stock at 8:59 a.m., right? Nvidia's automated system sent out an email at like 2 p.m. in the afternoon saying, hey, guys, they're in stock. Come to the website. And the splash page had gone live, and you clicked on it, and they were all sold out because, of course, they were.
Although I just the what comes to mind when you say that a solution would be the sports tickets lottery, I'm just thinking about how many times I've heard people who do that sports ticket lottery thing complain about how shit the system is.
It's better than this. It's better than no one getting anything.
Yeah.
Like Nintendo does this too, right? They just hand scalpers free money. They just give it over to the gray market entirely. Like, why? It doesn't make you any more money to have scalpers selling them for a $500, $600 profit.
It doesn't make them any less.
Yeah, it does, because they have a competitor. AMD isn't quite as good, but if AMD cards are in stock and Nvidia cards aren't not, then...
Well, yes. But I guess just on the basic level of every card we make is purchased by someone or something, then, they're selling through their inventory regardless.
That's a bad long-term scenario.
It's a very bad long-term scenario, for sure.
Because what they did, there was a moment during, I forget, I think it was like 3 cards ago, where every single card got bought up by Bitcoin people, right? And there were suspicions that Nvidia was basically just making enough for the Bitcoin market because they would all sell out, right? And they're like, well, why don't they just make it for that? And it's like, that's not sustainable, because those people are buying it for this hyper-specific reason that if anybody else creates anything that would beat it, they'll dump you in a second. And then if you have just burned the bridge, on everybody who buys your video cards for their actual intended usage, right?
Does this video card have a new big CG mascot on it?
I don't know.
Can we check to see if it's someone with a hard hat and a pickaxe? Just a fucking big future cyber miner?
I don't know why they don't just put out a video card that literally just does Bitcoin.
I mean, that's what I was trying to, like, I'm like, can we workshop an idea where they just go, hey, look, it's the fucking mining card. Buy it. It mines.
Yeah, they should just make versions of the cards that don't have a video out.
It just sits there and it does the thing.
They do? Well, not of this card. They should have put one out of this card.
And also what was it? Like I remember reading something a while ago that said that like the energy used for the currency gained is massively disproportionate, and like the cost of like the amount you're burning through is just like almost unethical. But
it's a fucked up situation because like everything about it's stupid. Like Best Buy and Newegg splash sites only went live once everything had sold out. So it's like you have the situation where you're running your website. You're like, okay, cool. Put the launch page for the new. Everyone's mad because we're basically just rubbing it in their noses. So now we're in the situation where, hey, do you want to get a 3080? Open up a tab with nowinstock.net and just hold that tab in the background. And if the fucking tab alarms at you,
what is that site?
Nowinstock.net?
Yeah.
Are you not familiar with it?
Not at all.
I personally use it for video cards, but you can use it for almost anything, like hand sanitizer. And it's just like you find the.
This sounds like something that you might have kept to yourself until now. It's on the podcast and it's out there.
No, I've mentioned it before on my streams. So I'll send it to you so you can take a look at it because that'll make it a lot easier. Hey, do you want hand sanitizers or webcams or weights that are rare or consistently out of stock? Plug the specific store listing into your tracker, and they will set an alarm to go off, or they will even text you if that item comes back in stock at that website.
Okay. I was waiting for you to say they will go and buy it for you. No. At which point I'm like a bot? Okay, all right.
No.
Okay.
It's never been a secret site! People have been using this thing forever. Now, all of you who want a 3080 have to wait until I get mine before you use the site, though.
For sure.
That's what mine.
Yeah.
Give.
Totally. No, you're ahead of the list.
Whatever, man. If we're all gonna fight over it, it might as well be fair.
And lastly, there's two stories here. They're the same story, but there's the story you want to hear, and then there's the story of what happened.
All right.
So what happened is Michel Ancel is leaving the video games industry, but what Pat wants to hear is Beyond Good and Evil 2 is dead.
I don't need to hear it. I said it. So Michel, people are asking who that guy is. It's the creator of Rayman and Beyond Good and Evil.
That was a name that people knew some years ago. I guess it's been a while. Yeah. When was Rayman Legends?
Quite a bit ago.
Like almost 8, maybe 7. Damn. Okay. The chillin'.
I don't think that game ever existed, dude.
Well, there is footage of a thing. What Define exist. Define exist.
I don't think that game was ever in full production. I think there's a vertical slice.
Some people made some stuff.
Well, they put out a fucking fan thing that was like, "Hey, send us art so we can put your art in the game."
There was prior to that a bunch of false start non-announcements, a bunch of teases with her. There was leaked footage of a game, by the way. There was leaked footage of her running around in a world that of a game that never happened. So there was a team making a thing, or a group of people, however small, making something that eventually stopped existing. Then we got the Airship Monkey and Dread Girl game. play footage with the persistent online thing they mentioned.
So people would like me to define what I mean by full production. So in terms of production on your game, you have your pre-production, you have your full production, and your post-production. Full production is that your pre-production's over, everybody has their job, you're fully staffed up, and you are in the process of making the game. I do not believe that has ever happened on this game. I believe there is a vertical slice and maybe some prototypes and some concept art.
Well,
and that's it.
If you're saying they never left pre-alpha, that's possible. You could have a vertical slice while everything else is still in pre-alpha. But yeah, like there is evidence of existing thing. It's just, yeah, he's leaving, and he said that with him leaving, the game will continue.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, you know, what are you gonna say? Like, it's this ongoing forever, like, non-project for a while that is just kind of dick-teasing everybody, and it sucks. But I guess at some point, however many years down the line, something will drop, and it'll be a bit of a two-human situation, and it'll be there. But whatever the troubles are that this game has, I don't know if they'll ever see the light of day. I don't know if we'll ever find out why this thing took 20 plus years to make. That's not true. Is that true?
It might be. BG&E, I want to say, was like 2005.
Xbox original. BG&E was era of Xbox original. So that,
I don't know, man. I feel like Michel Ancel was like, you know what? Ubisoft seems like a bad look for everyone to work at right now. I'm out of here. I'm going to go take care of animals.
2003.
So yeah, 20 years.
In 2023. Which is probably when it'll drop.
Sure. If this game does come out, I bet it will have zero relation to anything they have already showed.
Something will drop. It's just gonna happen whenever, and yeah, who knows what form it'll take. But I don't think, like, we've had this kind of argument like a couple times, and I feel like betting on time is like there's times when they just go, this is dead and it's over, or they say nothing about it. And in this particular case, I think it'll happen. I just don't think it'll like happen anytime soon. It's just too weirdly quiet.
I don't know. This is the same company that put out like 2 or 3 G&E 2 trailers when the game was actually literally nothing. Like, remember the trailer that was like the pig guy like
Peach,
working on a car?
Mm-hmm.
And like then you go and look at interviews and you're like, oh yeah, that was literally just a trailer.
There's just CG, yeah. And then before that was the leaked gameplay that was like her climbing up through a wall and going into like an area.
Yeah.
And then now we have this like surfing airship gameplay stuff, and who knows.
And they wanted the community to
like
make
I bet,
art for them. It's
I'm
like,
guessing that what you're seeing will probably be slowed down by a move to next gen. You know, it's like it took long enough that they might as well just migrate it.
I think that it has been very slowed by next gen. And then it'll be so slowed that next gen they'll be like, oh, we're porting it to next gen.
We're also as we go farther into the future, we're getting farther and further away from the group of people that care about the original.
Yeah,
and that's the biggest, if anything.
The time to put this out was in 2006, man.
You know,
it's over.
The part where we brought this up and a bunch of people went, "Who is that?" to Michel Ancel. Right? The reaction to Michel Ancel's name was, "Who are you talking about?" is kind of proof that we're moving past the point.
There are people born in the year the game came out that are 17 in our chat right now, wondering why we're even bothering to talk about this. And I'm kind of there with them. Like, why are you bothering to make sequels to games decades later is stupid. It's stupid.
You want to put your grave on that hill, or?
Sure. Shenmue is stupid.
Devil May Cry?
Decades?
I mean,
what are you talking about?
3 to 4 and then 4 to 5?
4 to DMC, DMC to 5.
Okay, we're going to count that. All right.
Yeah, we are.
It was Ninja Theory. I mean, it was like Doom.
Doom 3 came out in 2004. Doom 2016.
This is a battle, dude. You're fighting the entire industry right now.
Is that a sequel?
No,
it's not a sequel. It says Doom 1 right on it.
It's Doom. It's the next Doom game. If you're counting
Doom 1.
If you're using DMC Devil May Cry in your argument, then you're counting whatever's in the franchise. So Doom.
Yeah, it's Doom. Doom 1. It's the start of a new franchise called Doom.
Okay, fuck off. You're being disingenuous.
Am I?
Kingdom Hearts.
Okay. Can I actually change it slightly? Because
you can change
this is
it.
The thing for
Pat, fuck off. You can always change it. Forever.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
Yes.
Yeah.
For years.
Well, wait, why does that upset? Why does that part?
No, I am saying with exclamation mark that anytime you say something, you do have the option to change it instead of tripling down.
No, you don't. Unless the person gives you permission to change it, you have to stand by your position until you die.
You have
so
permission.
I'm asking you for thank you.
You have you always have permission to change it.
Okay. Making sequels to narrative games that have cliffhanger endings 20 years later is fucking stupid. Like, one of the a lot of people who Christ, because most people didn't even play Beyond Good and Evil now, is that the reason why people want a sequel so bad is it ends in a cliffhanger.
Kingdom Hearts?
I don't care about that cliffhanger anymore. What about Kingdom Hearts?
Cancel Half-Life?
Wait, what? No, hold on. What about Kingdom Hearts? That one's more interesting.
Kingdom Hearts 3? Isn't that a...
Kingdom Hearts... No, Kingdom Hearts had a game a year for, like, the whole time. There are so many Kingdom Hearts games.
There's a fucking ton of them, but weren't there just re-releases on, like, compilations?
Yeah, but there were a ton of new games, like, every year or two.
What's the timeline between Deadly Premonition 1 and 2?
I don't know. 2000.
I think that your hypothesis.
Well, that's why I changed it to include cliffhangers, Wolves.
Your hypothesis is a wild exclamation, even with cliffhangers, that will absolutely, if you dig hard enough, find you with a series that you care about being brought into the discussion. Shadowrun is happening. Yeah, that came out. Final Fantasy remake. I mean,
that's not a sequel. Yeah, it is. But that's
come on now. Come on now.
That is stupid, isn't it?
Come on now. Be honest. Metal Gear.
Did Metal Gear ever get a jump like that?
There's a lot of time between some of those games. A lot of time.
Is there? Hold on a second. Metal Gear's the one that because that's the most story one of all, right? So Metal Gear Solid. What do we got? We got Metal Gear Solid is 98. Sons of Liberty is 2001. Snake Eater is 2004. And MGS4 is 2008, and that's the end of the Metal Gear series.
Gotcha. Right.
But even if you do include the others, Peace Walker is 10, Zeros is 14, and Phantom Pain is 2015. So, like, there's never been more than a 4-year gap.
So does the cliffhanger aspect even matter if there's a bunch of games that come out that don't answer that? Because then it's an ongoing franchise, even though there's a cliffhanger. Like, why does the cliffhanger even matter?
Okay, well,
if there's games that don't fucking affect the cliffhanger you described, if we're counting those.
Which games are you referring to?
Well, I'm saying, like, if Metal Gear Solid comes out and then has an ending that you're waiting on, or has something else that's going to go down in the next game, but or like Kingdom Hearts has something that you're waiting on in the next game, but like there's a bunch of games that come out that don't address that directly.
Are they still storyline games?
Yeah.
Then what's the problem?
Okay, well, Mega Man Legends 3 is a bad idea.
Clearly.
Well, what did we say just before that?
Why are people talking about Nier? Nier didn't have a cliffhanger.
Nier is completely different shit from game to game.
Why is there a guy talking about Yakuza 0 and 1? None of those games end on cliffhangers. And also, there's been a Yakuza game every year since since 2004.
What the fuck is Final Fantasy VII?
I don't know. A trick.
An aberration.
It sure is weird, isn't it?
Very much so.
Honestly, according to my own logic, I have to agree with myself. That is stupid. Everything about the way that game is fucking stupid.
Glad it's here, though.
Yeah.
Worth it. Anyway, the point is
I think nobody cares about Beyond Good and Evil 2 anymore, including the creator.
I think blanket statements are stupid because under the microscope they fall apart like a fucking brick shithouse.
I think putting every statement under the microscope is cowardly. Just say your dumb thing and move on.
Say what you mean and mean what you say.
Yeah, like, we need to re-monkey our bodies except for our balls. That's a blanket statement.
It is.
Don't you think there are some people that shouldn't re-monkey their bodies?
No, I think returning to monkey is a call out to the entire human race.
Oh, man.
I also think we got some fucking ball raisers.
Wait, did you say fall apart like a brick shithouse?
Like a house of cards?
No, earlier.
Yeah, I think I misspoke.
Yeah, that's the opposite of what you meant to say. If my shit falls apart like a brick shithouse, that means it's unfortunately durable and smelly.
Man,
which does.
Brick shithouse is bad for saying things are sturdy. I was just thinking this in my head. I was like, wait, did I say the wrong thing? Probably. Anyway, but then I was like, why do we say brick shithouse? Then I was thinking, is it because the bricks are bricks, but the mortar is shit?
No, it's a outhouse made out of bricks, so that your poop can be protected from the elements.
Oh, it's a house for shit again.
Yeah.
It's not a house made of brick and shit.
Yeah, no. It is a highly durable structure filled with shit.
Gotcha.
When you say somebody is built like a brick shit house, it means they look tough but are awful.
Well, hey, guess what I'm going to do?
What's that?
I'm going to edit what I said and say I said the wrong thing. Because we're allowed to edit.
I thought you meant like cut the part of the podcast to make yourself sound smarter.
No, I'm going to make reference to the fact that we can change what we say instead of tripling down on it.
Okay.
Admittedly, a house made of bricks and shit for mortar will probably kill anybody who enters it.
I think that if you want to make a sequel, you have to do it within 3 years.
That is...
And if you start to make it after that, someone shoots you.
I can give it 5. 3, I can
All
give
right,
it...
5 is more
I
reasonable.
can say 5. I can live with that. Some games take 3 years to make.
Yeah, that's right. Well, no, you just announce it.
Also...
And it has to be real.
No, hold on. Fuck that for every game where something that nobody expected a sequel to come from, where you go like, hey, there's a good idea here. I'm going to dig this up to use it. Like, if somebody decides to revisit something down the line out of interest for the source material, that's fine too.
No, they have to make something new. It could be exactly the same, just instead of Dante, it's Brote.
Bayonetta?
Yeah, sure.
Bayo? Yes.
I don't know. All joking aside, the tendency of game companies to go, remember this? We're not going to do anything with it.
Yeah.
Don't you like us for this period of time?
Yeah.
Like, is the worst.
I know. And that's why we get
fucking worst.
And when you do it for too long, you get a bomb rush cyberpunk. Yeah. Well aware. Like Tron,
Right,
Wooly? Yes. Exactly like Tron.
Like
exactly like Tron.
The hey, maybe we'll make this if you like the old days of the Capcom test. Like, just the worst. Just the absolute worst.
That movie was visually gorgeous. It had an amazing soundtrack, and it had some good ideas, but then it ended up being overall. But then you're like, yeah, but the original Tron was not a better movie than the sequel. The sequel was, pretty middling, but the original Tron was not
terrible.
Better than that. The original Tron was worse than the sequel was. The sequel was fucking better, even though it came out to be middling.
I think we live in a weird time because I would have said way back in the day, if you saw like BG and E2 footage, right, you'd be like, well, maybe it doesn't have the resources it needs or whatever, right? But somebody over there is working. It can't all be a work, right? And then I remember that Microsoft commissioned a CG trailer for a game that they had already canceled just to show it off at E3. Do you remember that? That card game that was like a remake of an original Xbox game?
A Quantum...
What the fuck was that called?
Fucking...
Phantom Dust.
Phantom Dust.
Like, that game had already been long canceled and killed. But they hadn't told the devs. And then they decided to commission a CG trailer for a game that was already dead on the books. Put the CG trailer out so that they could get a attaboy at E3. Then went and fired all the devs. So, like, companies are willing to waste money just for temporary optics. So now anything is possible.
Yeah, I guess it depends on on a dev to dev case, and we're looking at Ubisoft here, so
that's probably the craziest thing ever. Like, why bother? Because you're trading in goodwill now for bad will later.
What if deep down, though?
I would love to get a hold of somebody at Capcom and be like, dude, how badly did Ono fuck up every project in the past 5 years?
What if deep
Every
down?
single thing that had his name on it fucking died, except for SF5. Like the fucking engine and the game that was supposed to be about that engine. Wasn't that a PS4 like launch like reveal game?
It was going to be.
No, but I mean, wasn't that like one of the first games that was ever showed for the next gen?
Oh, I don't remember when it was shown, but I remember when it was pitched as like, this is using some crazy, this is the next level of tech we're shipping out. Mirror's Edge skates in 8 years apart. And
That sequel was not worth it.
I am glad Catalyst exists. I liked it.
I also liked it, but like it was no Mirror's Edge 1.
It wasn't. It wasn't. But I feel like Mirror's Edge can be a franchise, if given the chance, that would end up in a really fucking amazing place if it had the opportunity to iterate.
It's not gonna. Because it's yeah.
I believe we know we know a thing or two about a bum sequel followed by a banging third game. So
Metal Gear?
you want to say, I mean, you can go with Dante's Awakening, but quite frankly, Deus Ex fits the bill.
Oh man. Oh, that's just okay. Wooly, you more than I are fucking in the position to answer. Which is a worse sequel, DMC2 or Invisible War?
Wage war as you choose. As Alex D., a covert anti-terrorist operative, you are thrust into the hornet's nest of conflict, conspiracy, and deceit. When a terrorist attack occurs in Chicago, you must decide whether your choice of allegiance is the right one. Use biomods to customize and upgrade your character. Intense shooter stealth gameplay in a world of unparalleled interactivity. There it is. Sequel to the game of the year. Sequel to the game of the year winner, Deus Ex. Right there.
Can you describe the boxed copy situation?
As in, why I have this?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, you'll notice that I'm holding a boxed copy of this game, sealed at the top, of course, with the unopened seal and a barcode there. This was given to me by an office manager who was walking through the aisles with a stack of them so high that he needed to get rid of the copies because the inventory closet was full and needed space. So we had to make space by getting rid of some copies of Invisible War. And before I knew it, there was a copy on my desk. Yeah.
It says everything, doesn't it?
Top 10 E3 Showstoppers, GamePro magazine.
And it's it's wild because Deus Ex, much like DMC, is like the invention of a genre, and is also incredible in its own genre that it invented. And then the sequel is just like, holy shit.
Yep. Well, anyway, let's get out of this discussion because it can go on forever. Kind of like the development of Beyond Good and Evil 2.
Hey. I get it. By the way, there is Lab Zero news. There's 2 pieces of Lab Zero news. I don't know if you got it.
What's going on?
New fucking studio has been created in
Oh.
the time that we've been talking.
I did not hear
literally.
this.
Like, actually, it's called Future Club.
Okay. Huh. What's the deets?
It's made by Lab Zero devs. That's what I got.
Okay.
Future Club. Here we go. Ex Lab Zero members for it's currently 15 people, with Francesca Equinezi acting as both CEO and producer.
Did we miss the news because you said it was announced while the podcast was going?
Yeah, 4 hours ago.
Oh, okay, cool.
So it probably went live like 10 minutes before. It is a co-op. So that's interesting. No projects announced. Also, people are now like, now that everyone's out and whatnot, they're really putting the heat on Z, and they're like leaking like internal emails and stuff.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, it's awful.
Yeah. No. I mean, the docket was no short of a bunch of stuff. I didn't hear anything about this, so there's more stuff coming out. Okay, well, that is good news for those people and that team. Shout outs to them having jobs.
Yeah, it's good for them.
And whatever they're going to work on. And yeah, okay, I can't be just scrolling through this article, scanning for points while we talk here, but is there anything else of note about the story that comes to...
No, not really.
Okay, all right.
Just that it exists now.
Cool. That's good news. All right. Emails.
Hey, if you want to send an email, send that over to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. I'm having a fun in the background experience where there are 3080s in stock at a website, but the website is down. This is such a shit show. This is such a stupid joke.
What about the 3DS dying? What about it? 3DS is dead? What?
Long live the 3DS.
Is there something to talk about here?
It's dead. They stopped production.
Okay, cool.
It is officially over. The nightmare has subsided.
All right. Yeah. Old console is no longer being made.
I don't care for the
Anyway, news. Let's take one from Gabe.
Hey, Gabe. What's up, man?
Gabe says... Hey, Willie and the Pat guy. I've been watching the Halo playthrough and replaying them myself. It's kind of funny that Halo Reach has similarities in terms of mechanical choices to Destiny, but it got me thinking about how Bungie is obsessed with the hidden object with lore thing.
Yeah, they're crazy about it.
They put tons of stuff into their games that are basically small novels hidden in them since Halo 3, sometimes really important bits of storytelling, making them kind of inconvenient to get. Like Destiny has raids that are considered part of the mainline story of the universe. Some raids have lore items comparably annoying to get compared to legendary terminals.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
So, Pat, you have experience with Destiny with lore tabs and collectibles.
Mm-hmm.
Wooly, I know you're piecing things together with datapads and terminals in Halo. Do you like this? Do you think this storytelling is ineffective? Also, I know that Bungie isn't the only company to do this. Souls, for example, has read your lore tabs. But it's the most relevant here because of watching Wooly's Halo LPs. I find it fun going your way to explore things, going out of your way to explore things that you wouldn't normally do for games, I guess, novel reward, as well as sometimes I think that a lot of narrative flavor in lore bits can be hidden or in how they're unlocked. In where they can be hidden and how they're unlocked. Thanks, from Gabe.
So Destiny is probably the worst example of it ever, because the Destiny story is bad and the lore is actually somewhat interesting, but the lore is like they take all the interesting parts of the story and hide it from you. And on top of that, there is lore tied to seasonal activities that disappears if you don't get it, and will never ever be like achievable by your character ever again.
I have two minds about it, because on the one hand, like, I end up feeling a lot of times that it's like it is the cheapest and most inexpensive way to expand your universe, without actually, like, you know, showing, with you telling instead of showing.
Mm-hmm.
But because of that, I also am aware that we could be looking at instances where it was text or nothing. And when the choice is text or nothing, there's been many, many times when I'd read that text and be like, oh my God, this text was great. It's better that this text is here than there's nothing there. But I still prefer showing instead of telling.
So take that stuff and now hide it.
Right.
Great. Every interesting part of this game's story is hidden away from you.
So this is where I kind of come to a compromise where I say, if you have shown me a sufficient amount of interesting things and what's happening in front of me is very, like, it's a living world and it's dense and it's interesting and I'm paying attention, it's compelling, I should say, then anything that I'm satisfied by that, and the flavor text is all amazing. When I'm not satisfied by what's happening in the present, but it's only flavor text, for all my depth, that bugs me. When I think about Mass Effect, I remember enjoying what was happening in the main game, and I would go read the codex for extra, and the codex was wonderful. It was a wonderful gravy to pour over the already interesting gameplay that I was playing. Lost Odyssey is a very different version of that, where the bonus text outshines the game itself by orders of magnitude.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, why is the writing so much better in those stories than it is in the regular dialogue?
Doom is great, and you don't expect there to be much lore to Doom. So then when it turns out there is, I was like, whoa, okay. It was unexpected depth to a story that I remember being pitched to me, specifically by you guys, were saying, he starts out by the game puts the story in your face, and Doom Guy moves it out of the way to get back to shooting things. So from that first impression, I remember thinking, oh, this game is going to be like, haha, LOL, what story? And that couldn't be further from the truth. It's totally there. And your Doom Guy absolutely has a bunch of shit that happens to him. And there is a narrative that matters. But, like, yeah, you just, despite your expectations, it goes way more in depth than you'd think, you know? And it's some of the coolest shit when you find out what that story is. Mirror's Edge, as we just talked about. Catalyst has some of its best lore locked in completing bonus objectives and reading text dumps. I wanted that to be in the game. I wanted that to be, like, you know, presented as I was playing, not discovered in fucking terminals and shit like that. So it really just comes down to, does it feel like your game is lacking and this text is the only thing making up for it, or is this gravy on top of an already satisfying story?
I think the way that you're describing it is a perfect way for Destiny, because in Destiny they describe, oh, this cool shit happened, and then this guy did this, and he had this big war, and there's a cool battle, and all these people were there, and I'm like, cool, I would love to be in one of those ever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they're like, oh, It gives when the in-game story is lame but the lore is cool, it gives this feeling of everyone but you is cool. Right? Everything that was ever important happened right before you started, and the stuff you're doing is just this lame in-between period.
But that's the shonen anime starting line. That's the shonen anime fucking start line. Is the coolest shit happened with the generation before you. You kind of suck. Hope you don't embarrass us too hard.
Yeah, and then you have to get there though.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, that's it's really just, you know, how I take it is in relation to the shit that you're doing outside of that. You can't put a hard fast rule on it because it can feel lazy and it can feel amazing depending on what's happening outside of it, you know. Thanks. Good question, Gabe.
Good question, Gabe. Thank you.
Here's one coming in from Fabio. Says, greetings, Lords of Castle Super Beast. Fabio from Brazil here. On Twitter,
Hey, Fabio.
I saw a post about how a person got banned for giving some tips on Twitch chat. He was watching a streamer do a blind run of Metal Gear Solid, and when the streamer asked for tips on how to find Meryl, the person said, look at the soldiers to see which one moves their hips like a girl and follow them to the bathroom. He then got banned for inappropriate behavior. So I ask, what are the weirdest tips that would get you ignored at the least or banned at the worst that are totally real?
I don't know.
I mean, that's I don't know about like the consequences being that extreme, but ignored at the least, I would definitely say, how about this? Shoot the fucking parrot and eat it to piss him off. The boss is going to hate it when you shoot and eat his parrot.
What's the one in 4? Like, stare at them with the camera until they start making sex noises so you can take photos?
Stare at them until you unlock the photo shoot mode, and then they'll start walking the runway and doing sexy poses and dances, and then you can go, oh yeah, as you take your photos. It's always Kojima.
It's always Kojima.
It's always Kojima. Hey, how about this? Shit and piss so that you can throw it at the monsters to make them hate it.
What game is that?
Kojima.
Oh, of course. Oh, genius Kojumbo. Oh, that's Death Stranding. Oh, man. Video games are stupid.
If you piss, you'll make a mushroom, and if everyone pees together, it can actually give you cryptobiotes.
That's true.
Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum.
All I can remember about Death Stranding is roads.
EU
And zip
Dana.
lines.
Okay.
Shoot the cyber demon until it dies. What? So the website finally loaded in and the video cards are out of stock. Welcome to a succinct experience of what it's like to buy this video card. And the website is now down.
Hey. Nice. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. Okay.
This fucking bullshit is so stupid. Oh my god.
Henry says, hey, Chur Beast Siders. With the middling release of Avengers, which devs do you think could do these characters justice? I was thinking of a multiplayer character action by Capcom, or I'd even settle for Doctor Strange Bayonetta. I mean, you know, the answer to which we got. These questions tended to always end up the same way, where it was more or less just question asking bait for us to say Capcom or Platinum or Way Forward or Yacht Club. and it was like you know the answer, right?
Yeah, you know what it is.
But I have a different answer than those things for this.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Who should handle these Marvel characters and who would do a good job and who can we trust with it? I don't know. Insomniac?
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a much better pick. They're already familiar with Sony's Spider-Man.
They did such a great job with Sony's character.
I'd say on the anime side of things, Arc System Works actually does a really good job.
Yeah. You know,
Like,
Capcom did a fine job in Marvel, you know. That was cool too, but well, minus that last outing, but
yeah.
yeah. Just, you know, the one that we just talked about today where it was a pretty good thing. And the story in Spider-Man was great, and the characters like it was a good game, good ass game. That's more than enough for me. Huh. So you said now in stock.net. Okay.
Yeah. What are you looking for?
Anything?
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm a
You want hand sanitizer or webcams?
actually.
I can hear that.
Well, don't worry about it.
Did you test the alarm on this podcast?
What? No. What are you talking about?
We just heard the alarm go off.
What alarm?
Oh, it was my alarm.
Did your alarm go off?
It did. I was clicking around to see if other things would work, and then I clicked on webcams, and the webcam is in stock, so it did the alarm, and it was very loud. So I'm basically hearing phantom alarms, but I thought it was you. Don't worry about it.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. There's a couple things I saw that I wanted to buy that I was like, oof, that's gonna take a while. So and I did put them in a like text file to check up on later, and then I'll forget about. So, anyway, we'll leave it there.
Okay, good podcast.
You okay?
No, I want my video card.
Okay. Can it fit
It's
in your
mine.
tower?
Yeah, it could fit in my tower.
Because I'm at a state where I can't even look at it without first looking at a brand new everything. So I won't
Yeah.
even be considering this until the actual tower is fucking...
I'm honestly thinking about that as well, but that'll be later when the AMD processors come out, so I'll just buy the video card and then transfer that over.
All right, let's get out of here.
Okay. Have a good day, everyone. Don't buy any video cards. I want one. You don't do it. It's mine. You have a good day.